Chapter 9. The receptivity of the world by a man and by an animal. Illusions of the animal and its lack of control of the receptive faculties. The world of moving planes. Angles and curves considered as motion. The third dimension is motion. The animal's two-dimensional view of our three-dimensional world. The animal as the real two-dimensional being. Lower animals as one-dimensional being. The time and space of a snail. The time sense as an imperfect space sense. The time and space of a dog. The change in the world coincident with a change in the psychic apparatus. The proof of Kant's problem. The three-dimensional world and illusionary perception. We have established the enormous difference existing between the psychology of a man and of an animal. This difference undoubtedly profoundly affects the receptivity of the outer world by the animal. But how and in what? This is exactly what we do not know and what we shall try to discover. To this end, we shall return to our receptivity of the world, investigate in detail the nature of that receptivity, and then imagine how the animal, with its more limited psychic equipment, receives its impression of the world. Let us note first of all that we receive the most incorrect impressions of the world as regards its outer form and aspect. We know that the world consists of solids, but we see and touch only surfaces. We never see and touch a solid. The solid, this is indeed a concept composed of a series of perceptions, the result of reasoning and experience. For immediate sensation, surfaces alone exist. Sensations of gravity, mass, volume, which we mentally associate with the solid, are in reality associated with the sensations of surfaces. We only know that the sensation comes from the solid, but the solid itself we never sense. Perhaps it would be possible to call the complex sensation of surfaces, weight, mass, density, resistance, the sensation of a solid. But rather do we combine mentally all these sensations into one and call that composite sensation a solid. We sense directly only surfaces, the weight and resistance of the solid. As such, we never separately sense. But we know that the world does not consist of surfaces. We know that we see the world incorrectly, and that we never see it as it is, nor alone in the philosophical meaning of the expression, but in the most simple geometrical meaning. We have never seen a cube, a sphere, etc., but only their surfaces. Knowing this, we mentally correct that which we see. Behind the surfaces we think the solid, but we can never even represent the solid ourselves. We cannot imagine the cube or the sphere seen, not in perspective, but simultaneously from all sides. It is clear that the world does not exist in perspective. Nevertheless, we cannot see it otherwise. We see everything only in perspective. That is, in the very act of receptivity, the world is distorted in our eye, and we know that it is distorted. We know that it is not such as it appears, and mentally we are continuously correcting that which the eyes sees, substituting the real content for those symbols of things which sight reveals. Our sight is a complex faculty. It consists of visual sensations plus the memory of sensations of touch. The child tries to feel with its fingertips everything that it sees. The nose of its nurse, the moon, the reflection of sun rays from the mirror on the wall. Only gradually does it learn to discern the near and the distant by means of sight alone. But we know that even in mature age, we are easily subject to optical illusions. We see distant objects as flat, even more incorrectly, because relief is after all a symbol revealing a certain property of objects. A man at a long distance is pictured to us in silhouette. This happens because we never feel anything at a long distance, and the eye has not been taught to discern the difference in surfaces, which at short distances are felt by the fingertips. We can never see, even in the minute, any part of the outer world as it is, that is, as we know it. We can never see the desk or the wardrobe all at once, from all sides and inside. Our eye distorts the outside world in a certain way, in order that, looking out about, we may be able to define the position of objects relatively to ourselves. But to look at the world from any other standpoint than our own is impossible for us, nor can we ever see it correctly without distortion by our sight. Relief and perspective. These constitute the distortions of the object by our eye. They are optical illusions, delusions of sight. The cube in perspective is but a conventional sign of the three-dimensional cube, and all that we see is the conditional image of that conditionally real three-dimensional world with which our geometry deals, and not that world itself. On the basis of what we see, we surmise that it exists in reality. We know that we see it incorrect, and we think of the world as other than it appears. If we had no doubt about the correctness of our sight, if we knew that the world were such as it appears, then obviously we should think of the world in the manner in which we see it. In reality, we are constantly engaged in making corrections. It is clear that the ability to make corrections in that which the eye sees demands, undoubtedly, the possession of the concept, because the corrections are made by a process of reasoning which is impossible without concepts. Deprived of the faculty to make corrections in that which the eye sees, we should have a different outlook on the world, i.e., much of that which we should see incorrectly. We should not see much of that which is, but we should see much of that which does not exist in reality at all. First of all, we should see an enormous number of non-existent motions. Every motion of ours, in our direct sensation of it, is bound up with the motion of everything around us. We know that this motion is an illusory one, but we see it as real. Objects turn in front of us, run past us, overtake one another. If we are riding slowly past houses, these turn slowly. If we are riding fast, they turn quickly. Also, trees grow up before us unexpectedly, run away, and disappear. This seeming animation of objects, coupled with dreams, has always inspired and still inspires the fairy tale. The motions of objects to a person in motion are very complex indeed. Observe how strangely the field of wheat behaves just beyond the window of the car in which you are riding. It runs to the very window, stops, turns slowly around itself, and runs away. The trees of the forest run apparently at different speeds, overtaking one another. The entire landscape is one of illusory motion. Behold also the sun, which even up to the present time rises and sets in all languages, this motion having been in the past so passionately defended. This is all seeming, and though we know that these motions are illusory, we see them nevertheless, and sometimes we are deluded. To how many more illusions should we be subject? Try again. To how many more illusions should we be subject had we not the power of mentally analyzing their determining causes, but were obliged to believe that everything exists as it appears? I see it, therefore this exists. This affirmation is the principal source of all illusions. To be true, it is necessary to say, I see it, therefore this does not exist, or at least, I see it, therefore this is not so. Although we can say the last, the animal cannot, for to its apprehension things are as they appear. It must believe what it sees. How does the world appear to the animal? The world appears to it as a series of complicated moving surfaces. The animal lives in a world of two dimensions. Its universe has for it the properties and appearance of a surface, and upon this surface transpire an enormous number of different movements of a most fantastic character. Why should the world appear to the animals as a surface? First of all, because it appears as a surface to us. But we know that the world is not a surface, and the animal can not know it. It accepts everything just as it appears. It is powerless to correct the testimony of its eyes, or it cannot do so to the extent that we do. We are able to measure in three mutually independent directions. The nature of our mind permits us to do this. The animal can measure simultaneously in two directions only. It can never measure in three directions at once. This is due to the fact that, not possessing concepts, it is unable to retain in the mind the idea of the first two directions for measuring the third. Let me explain more exactly. Suppose we imagine that we are measuring the cube. In order to measure the cube in three directions, it is necessary while measuring in one direction to keep in mind two others, to remember. But it is possible to keep them in mind as concepts only, that is, associating them with different concepts, pasting upon them different labels. So, pasting upon the first two directions the labels of length and breadth, it is possible to measure the height. It is impossible otherwise. As perceptions, the first two measurements of the cube are completely identical, and assuredly will mingle into one in the mind. The animal, without the aid of concepts, cannot paste upon the first two measurements the labels of length and breadth. Therefore, at the moment when it begins to measure the height of the cube, the first two measurements will be confused in one. The animal attempting to measure the cube by means of perceptions only without the aid of concepts will be like a cat I once observed. Her kittens, 5 or 6 in number, she dragged asunder into different rooms and could not then collect them together. She seized one, put it beside another, ran for a third, and brought it to the first two. But then she seized the first and carried it away to another room, putting it beside the fourth. After that, she ran back, seized the second, and dragged it into the room containing the fifth, and so on. For a whole hour, the cat had no rest with her kittens. She suffered severely and could not accomplish nothing. It is clear that she lacked the concepts which would enable her to remember how many kittens she had altogether. It is in the highest degree important to understand the relation of the animal consciousness to the measuring of bodies. The great point is that the animal sees surfaces only. We may say this with complete assurance because we ourselves see surfaces only. Thus, seeing only surfaces, the animal can imagine but two dimensions. The third dimension, in contradistinction to the other two, can only be thought. That is, this dimension must be a concept, but animals do not possess concepts. The third dimension, like the others, appear as a perception. Therefore, at the moment of its appearance, the first two will inevitably mingle into one. The animal is capable of perceiving the difference between two dimensions. The difference between three it cannot perceive. This difference must be known beforehand, and to know it, concepts are necessary. Identical perceptions mix into one for the animal, just as we ourselves confuse two simultaneously similar phenomena proceeding from the same point. For the animal, it will be one phenomenon, just as for us all similar, simultaneous phenomena proceeding from a single point will be one phenomenon. Therefore, the animal will see the world as a surface and will measure this surface in two directions only. But how is it possible to explain the fact that the animal, inhabiting a two-dimensional world, or rather perceiving itself as in a two-dimensional world, is perfectly orientated in our three-dimensional world? Oriented in our three-dimensional world. How explain the fact that the bird flies up and down, sideways, and straight ahead, in all three directions, that the horse jumps over ditches and barriers, that the dog and cat appear to understand the properties of depth and height simultaneously with those of length and breadth? In order to explain these things, it is necessary to return to the fundamental principles of animal psychology. It has been previously shown that many properties of objects remembered by us as general properties of genus, class, species are remembered by animals as individual properties of objects. To orientate in this enormous reserve of individual properties preserved in the memory, animals are assisted by the emotional tone which is linked up in them with each perception and each remembered sensation. For example, an animal knows two roads as two entirely separate phenomena having nothing in common. That is, one road consists of a series of definite perceptions colored by definite emotional tones. The other road consists of other series of definite perceptions colored with other tones. We say that this, that, and the other are roads. One leads to one place, a second to another. For an animal, the two roads have nothing in common, but it remembers in their proper sequence all the emotional tones which are linked with the first road and with the second one, and it therefore remembers both roads with their turns, ditches, fences, etc. Thus, the remembering of definite properties of observed objects help the animal to find itself in the world of phenomena. But as a rule, before new phenomena, an animal is much more helpless than a man. An animal sees two dimensions. The third dimension it senses constantly, but does not see. It senses the third dimension as something transient, just as we sense time. The surfaces which an animal sees possess for it many strange properties. First of all, numerous and various motions. As has been said already, all those illusory motions which seem to us real, but which we know to be illusory, are entirely real to the animal. The turning about of those houses as we ride past, the growth of a tree out of some corner, the passing of the moon between clouds, etc., etc. But in addition to all this, many motions must exist for the animal of which we have no suspicion. The fact is that innumerable objects, quite immobile for us, properly all objects, must seem to the animal to be in motion, and the third dimension of solids will appear to it in these motions, i.e., the third dimension of solids will appear to it as a motion. Okay. Let us try to imagine how the animal perceives the objects of the outer world. Suppose it is confronted with a large disk, and simultaneously with a large sphere of the same diameter. Standing directly opposite them at a certain distance, the animal will see two circles. Beginning to walk around them, it will observe that the sphere remains a circle, while the disk gradually narrows, transforming itself into a narrow strip. On moving farther around, the strip begins to expand and gradually transforms itself into a circle. The sphere will not change during the circumambulation. But then the animal approaches towards it, certain strange phenomena ensue. Let us try to understand how the animal will perceive the surface of the sphere as contrasted with the surfaces of the disk. One thing is for sure, it will perceive the spherical surface differently from us. We perceive convexity or sphericality as common property of many surfaces. The animal, on the contrary, because of the very properties of its psychic apparatus, will perceive that sphericality as an individual property of a given sphere. Now, how will this sphericality as an individual property of a given sphere appear to it? We may declare that with complete assurance that the sphericality will appear in the animal as a movement on the surface which it sees. During the approach of the animal towards the sphere, something like the following must happen. The surface which the animal sees starts to move quickly. Its center spreads out, and all of the other points run away from the center with a velocity proportional to their distance from the center, or the square of their distance from the center. It is in this way that the animal senses the spherical surface, much as we sense sound. At a certain distance from the sphere, the animal perceives it as a plane. Approaching or touching some point on the sphere, it sees that all other points have changed with relation to this particular point. They have all altered their position on the plane, have moved to one side, as it were. Touching another point, it sees that all the rest have moved in similar fashion. This property of the sphere will appear as its motion, its vibration. The sphere will actually resemble a vibrating, oscillating surface, in the same way that each angle of an immobile object will appear to the animal as a motion. The animal can see an angle of the three-dimensional object only while moving past it, and during the time it takes. The object will seem to the animal to have turned. A new side has appeared, and the side first seen has disappeared or moved away. The angle will be perceived as rotation, as the motion of the object, i.e., as something transient, temporal, as a change of state in the object. Remembering the angles which it has seen before, seen as the motion of bodies, the animal will consider that they have ceased, have ended, have disappeared, that they are in the past. Of course, the animal cannot reason in this way, but it acts as though it has thus reasoned. Could the animal think about those phenomena which have not yet entered into its life, i.e., angles and curved surfaces? It would undoubtedly imagine them in time only. It could not prefigure for them any real existence at the present moment when they have not yet appeared. And were it able to express an opinion on this object, it would say that angles exist in potentiality, that they will be for that, and were it able to express an opinion on this subject, it would say that angles exist in potentiality, that they will be, but that for the present they do not exist. The angle of a house past which a horse runs every day is a phenomenon repeating under circumstances, but nevertheless a phenomenon proceeding in time and not a spatial and consistent property of the house. For the animal, the angle will be a temporal phenomenon and not a spatial one, as it is for us. Thus we see that the animal will perceive the properties of our third dimension as motions, and will refer these properties to time, i.e., to the past or future, or to the present, the moment of the transition of the future into the past. This circumstance is in the highest degree important, for therein lies the key to our own receptivity of the world. We shall therefore examine into it more in detail. Up to the present time, we have taken into consideration only the higher animals, the dog, the cat, the horse. Let us now try the lower. Let us take the snail. We know nothing about its inner life, but undoubtedly its receptivity resembles ours scarcely at all. In all probability, the snail possesses some obscure sensations of its environment. Probably it feels heat, cold, light, darkness, hunger, and it instinctively, i.e., urged by pleasure-pain guidance, strives to reach the uneaten edge of the leaf on which it rests, and instinctively avoids the dead leaf. Its movements are guided by pleasure-pain. It constantly strives towards the one and away from the other. It always moves upon a single line, from the unpleasant to the pleasant, and in all probability, except for this line, it is not conscious of anything and does not sense anything. This line is its entire world. All sensations entering from the outside, the snail senses upon this line of its motion, and these come to it out of time. From the potential they become the present. For the snail, our entire universe exists in the future and in the past, i.e., in time. In space, only one line exists. All the rest is time. It is more than probable that the snail is not conscious of its movements. Making efforts with its entire body, it moves forward to the fresh edge of the leaf, but it seems as if the leaf were coming to it, appearing at the moment, coming out of time as the morning comes to us. The snail is a one-dimensional being. The higher animals, the dog, cat, the horse, are two-dimensional beings. To the higher animal, all space appears as a surface, as a plane. Everything out of this plane lives for it in time. Thus we see that the higher animal, the two-dimensional being compared with the one-dimensional, extracts or captures from time one more dimension. The world of the snail has one dimension. Our second and third dimensions are for it in time. The world of a dog is two-dimensional. Our third dimension is for it in time. An animal can remember all phenomena which it has observed, i.e., all properties of three-dimensional solids with which it has come in contact, but it cannot know that the, for it, reoccurring phenomenon is a constant property of the three-dimensional solid, an angle, curvature, or convexity. Such is the psychology of the receptivity of the world by two-dimensional being. For such a being, a new sun will rise every day. Yesterday's sun is gone and will not appear again. Tomorrow's does not as yet exist. Rostand did not understand the psychology of Chanticleer. The clock could not think that he woke up the sun by his crowing. The cock could not think that he woke up the sun by his crowing. To him, the sun does not go to sleep. It goes into the past, disappears, suffers annihilation, ceases to be. If it comes on the morrow, it will be a new sun, just as for us, with every new year comes a new spring. In order to be, the sun shall not wake up, but arise, be born. The cock, if it could think without losing its characteristic psychology, could not believe in the appearance today of the same sun which was yesterday. This is purely human reasoning. For the animal, a new sun rises every morning. Just as for us, a new morning comes with every day and a new spring with every year. The animal is not in a position to understand that the sun is the same yesterday and today, exactly in the same way that we probably cannot understand that the morning is the same and the spring is the same. The motion of objects, which is not illusory, even for us, but a real motion like that of a revolving wheel, a passing carriage, and so on, will differ from the animal very much from the motion which it sees in all objects which are for us immobile, i.e., from that motion in which the third dimension of solids is as it were revealed to it. The first mentioned motion, real for us, will seem to the animal arbitrary, alive. And these two kinds of motion will be incommensurable for it. The animal will be in a position to measure an angle or a convex surface, though not understanding their true nature and though regarding them as motion. But true motion, i.e., that which is true motion to us, it will never be in a position to measure, because for this it is necessary to possess our concept of time, and to measure all motions with reference to some one more constant motion, i.e., to compare all motions with some one. Without concepts, the animal is powerless to do this. Therefore, for us, real motions of objects will be incommensurable for it. And being incommensurable will be incommensurable with other motions which are real and measurable for it, but which are illusory for us, motions which in reality represent the third dimension of solids. This last conclusion is inevitable. If the animal apprehends and measures as motion that which is not motion, clearly it cannot measure by one and the same standard that which is motion and that which is not motion. But this does not mean that it cannot know the character of motions going on in the world and cannot conform itself to them. On the contrary, we see that the animal orientates itself perfectly among the motions of the objects of our three-dimensional world. Here comes into play the aid of instinct, i.e., the ability developed by millennia of selection to act expediently without consciousness of purpose. Moreover, the animal discerns perfectly the motions going on around it. But discerning two kinds of phenomena, two kinds of motion, the animal will explain one of them by means of some incomprehensible inner property of objects, i.e., in all probability it will regard this motion as the result of the animation of objects, the moving objects as animated beings. The kitten plays with the ball or with its tail because ball and tail are running away from it. The bear will fight with the beam which threatens to throw him off the tree because in the swinging beam he senses something alive and hostile. The horse is frightened by the bush because the hush unexpectedly turned and waved a branch. In the last case, the bush need not even have moved at all, for the horse was running, and it seemed therefore as though the bush moved, and consequently that it was animated. In all probability, all movement is thus animated for the animal. Why does the dog bark so desperately at the passing carriage? This is not entirely clear to us, for we do not realize that to the eyes of the dog the carriage is turning, twisting, grimacing all over. It is alive in every part. The wheels, the top, the mudguards, seats, passengers, all these are moving, turning. Now let us draw certain conclusions from all of the foregoing. We have established the fact that man possesses sensations, perceptions, and concepts, that the higher animals possess sensations and perceptions, and the lower animals sensations only. The conclusion that animals have no concepts we deduce from the fact that they have no speech. Next, we have established that having no concepts, animals cannot comprehend the third dimension, but see the world as a surface, i.e., they have no means, no instrument for the correction of their incorrect sensations of the world. Furthermore, we have found that seeing the world as a surface, animals see upon this surface many motions which for us are non-existent. That is, all those properties of solids which we regard as the properties of three-dimensionality, animals represent to themselves as motions. Thus, the angle and the spherical surface appear to them as the movements of a plane. After that, we came to the conclusion that everything which we regard as constant in the region of the third dimension, animals regard as transient things which happen to objects, temporal phenomena. Thus, in all its relations to the world, the animal is quite analogous to the imagined, unreal, two-dimensional being living upon a plane. All our world appears to the animal as the plane through which phenomena are passing, moving upon time or in time. And so we may say that we have established the following: that under certain limitations of the psychic apparatus for receiving the outer world, for the subject possessing this apparatus, the entire aspect and all properties of the world will suffer change. And two subjects living side by side, but possessing different psychic apparatus, will inhabit different worlds. The properties of the extension of the world will be different for them. And we observe the conditions, not invented for the purpose, not concocted in imagination, but really existing in nature, that is, the psychic conditions governing the lives of animals, under which the world appears as a plane or as a line. That is to say, we have established that the three-dimensional extension of the world depends upon the properties of our psychic apparatus, or that the three-dimensionality of the world is not its property, but a property of our receptivity of the world. In other words, the three-dimensionality of the world is a property of its reflection in our consciousness. If all this is so, then it is obvious that we have really proved the dependence of space upon the space sense. And if we have proved the existence of a space sense lower in comparison with ours, by this we have proved the possibility of a space sense higher in comparison with ours. And we shall grant that if in us there develops the fourth unit of reasoning as different from the concept as the concept is different from the perception, so simultaneously with it will appear for us the surrounding world a fourth characteristic, which we may designate geometrically as the fourth direction or the fourth perpendicular, because in this characteristic will be included the properties of objects perpendicular to all properties known to us and not parallel to any of them. In other words, we shall see or we shall feel ourselves in a space not of 3 but of 4 dimensions, and in the objects surrounding us and in our own bodies will appear common properties of the 4th dimension which we did not notice before, or which we regarded as individual properties of objects or their motion, just as animals regard the extension of objects in the 3rd dimension as their motion. And when we shall see or feel ourselves in the world, our 4 dimensions, we shall see that the world of 3 dimensions does not really exist and has never existed, that it was the creation of our own fantasy, a phantom host, an optical illusion, a delusion, anything one pleases excepting only reality. And all this is not a hypothesis, not a supposition, but exact fact, just such a fact as the existence of infinity. For positivism to ensure its existence, it was necessary to annihilate infinity somehow, or at least to call it an hypothesis, which may or may not be true. Infinity, however, is not a hypothesis, but a fact, and such a fact is the multidimensionality of space and all that it implies, namely, the unreality of everything 3-dimensional. Chapter 10. The spatial understanding of time, the angles and curves of the 4th dimension in our life. Does motion exist in the world or not? Mechanical motion and life. Biological phenomena as the manifestation of motions going on in the higher dimension. Evolution of the space sense. The growth of the space sense and the diminution of the time sense. The transformation of the time sense into the space sense. The difficulties of our language and of our concepts. The necessity for seeking a method of spatial expression for temporal concepts. Science in the relation to the 4th dimension. The solid of 4 dimensions, the 4-dimensional sphere. Now, from the basis of those conclusions already made, let us seek to define how we may discover the real 4-dimensional world obscured from us by the illusory 3-dimensional world. See it we may be 2 methods. See it we may by 2 methods. Either by sensing it directly or developing the space sense and other higher faculties, which will be discussed later, or by understanding it mentally by a perception of its possible properties through the exercise of reason. By abstract reasoning, we have already come to the conclusion that the 4th dimension of space must lie in time, i.e., that time is the 4th dimension of space. We have already discovered psychological proofs of this thesis, comparing the receptivity of the world by living beings of different grades of consciousness, snail, dog, and man. We have seen how different for them are the properties of one and the same world, namely, those properties which are expressed for us in the concepts of time and space. We have seen that time and space are sensed by each in a different manner, that what for the lower being, the snail, is time, for the being standing 1 degree higher, the dog, becomes space, and that the time of this being becomes space to a being standing still higher, man. This confirmation of the supposition previously expressed that our idea of time is complex in its nature, and that in it are properly included two ideas, that of a certain space and that of a motion upon the space, or to put the matter more exactly, the contact with a certain space of which we are not clearly conscious calls forth in us the sensation of motion upon that space, and all that is taken together, i.e., the unclear consciousness of a certain space and the sensation of motion upon that space, we call time. This last confirms the conception that the idea of time has not arisen from the observation of motion existing in nature, but that the very sensation and idea of motion has arisen from a time sense existing in ourselves, which is an imperfect sense of space, the fringe or limit of our space sense. The snail feels the line of space, i.e., as something constant. It feels the rest of the world as time, i.e., as something eternally moving. The horse feels the plane as space. It feels the rest of the world as time. We feel an infinite sphere as space. The rest of the world, that which was yesterday and that which will be tomorrow, we feel as time. In other words, every being feels as space that which is grasped by his space sense. The rest he refers to time, i.e., the imperfectly felt is referred to time. Or it is possible to formulate the matter thus: every being feels as space that which, by the aid of his space sense, he is able to represent to himself in form outside of himself, and that which he is not able thus to represent, he feels as time, i.e., eternally moving, impertinent, so unstable that it is impossible to imagine it in terms of form. The sense of space, space sense, is the power of representation by means of form. The infinite sphere by which we represent the universe to ourselves is constantly and continuously changing. In every consecutive moment, it is not that which it was before. A constant change of pictures, images, relations is going on therein. It is for us, as it were, the screen of a cinematograph upon which the swiftly running images of pictures appear and disappear. But where are the pictures themselves? Where is the light throwing the image upon the screen? Whence do the pictures come, and whither do they go? If the infinite sphere is the screen of the cinematograph, so our consciousness is the light penetrating through our psyche, i.e., through the stores of our impressions, pictures. It, the light, throws upon the screen their images, which we call life. But where do the impressions come from to us? From the same screen. And herein dwells the most incomprehensible mystery of life as we see it. We are creating it, and we are receiving everything from it. Imagine a man sitting in an ordinary moving picture theater. Imagine that he knows nothing of the construction of the cinematograph, nothing of the existence of the lantern behind his back, nor of the small transparent picture on the moving film. Let us imagine that he wants to study the cinematograph and begins to study that which proceeds on the screen, to make notes, to take pictures, to observe the order, to calculate, to construct hypotheses, and so forth. At what will he arrive? Evidently at nothing at all, unless he will turn his back to the screen and will begin to study the cause of the appearance of the pictures upon the screen. The cause is confined to the lantern, i.e., in consciousness, and in the moving films of pictures in the psyche. These it is necessary to study, desiring to understand the cinematograph. Positive philosophy studies only the screen and the pictures passing upon it. For this reason, the eternal enigma remains for it. Wherefrom are the pictures coming and going? Where are they going? And why are they coming and going instead of remaining eternally the same? But it is necessary to study the cinematograph, beginning with the source of light, i.e., with consciousness, then to pass on to the pictures on the moving film, and only after that to study the projected image. We have established that the animal, the horse, the cat, the dog, must perceive the immovable angles and curves of the third dimension as motion, i.e., as temporal phenomena. The question arises, do not we perceive as motion, i.e., as temporal phenomena, the immobile angles and curves of the fourth dimension? We ordinarily say that our sensations are the moments of the apprehension of certain changes proceeding outside of us, such are sound, light, etc., all vibrations of the ether. But what are these changes? Perhaps in reality there are no changes at all. Perhaps the immobile sides and angles of certain things which exist outside of us, of certain things which we know nothing about, only appear to us as motions, i.e., as changes. It may be that our consciousness, not being able to embrace these things, with the aid of the organs of sense, and to represent them to itself in their entirety, just as they are, and grasping only the separate moments of its contract with them, is constructing the illusion of motion, and conceives that something is moving outside of it, of consciousness, i.e., that the things are themselves moving. If such is the case, then motion must be in reality something only derived, arising in our intellect during its contact with things which it does not grasp in their totality. Let us imagine that we are approaching an unknown city, and that it is slowly growing up before us as we approach. It appears to us as if it is really growing up, i.e., as though it did not exist before. There disappeared the river, which was visible for so long a time. There appeared the bell tower, which was invisible before. Such exactly is our relation to time, which is a continual coming, arising, as it were, from nothing and going into naught. Everything lies for us in time, and only the section of the thing lies in space. Transferring our consciousness from the section of the thing to those parts of it which lie in time, we receive the illusion of motion on the part of the thing itself. It is possible to formulate the matter thus. The sensation of motion is the consciousness of the transition from space to time, i.e., from a clear space sense to one that is unclear. With this in mind, it is not difficult to realize that we are receiving as sensations and projecting into the outside world as phenomena the immobile angles and curves of the fourth dimension. On this account, it is not necessary and possible to recognize that the world is immobile and constant, and that it seems to us to be moving and evolving simply because we are looking at it through the narrow slit of our sensuous receptivity. We are returning again to the question, what is the world and what is consciousness? But now the question concerning the relation of our consciousness to the world is beginning to be formulated for us. If the world is a great something, possessing the consciousness of itself, so we are the rays of the consciousness which are conscious of themselves, but unconscious of the whole. If there be no motion, if it be an illusion, then we must search further. Whence could this illusion have arisen? The phenomena of life, biological phenomena, much resemble the transition through our space of certain four-dimensional circles, the circles being extremely complicated, every one consisting of a great number of interlaced lines. The life of a man or of any other living being suggests a complicated circle. It begins always at one point, birth, and ends always at one point, death. We have complete justification for supposing that it is one and the same point. The circles are large and small, but they begin and end similarly, and they end at the same point where they begin, i.e., at the point of non-existence, from the socio-biological standpoint, or of some existence other than the psychological one. What is the biological phenomenon, the phenomenon of life? Our science does not answer this question. This is an enigma. In the living organism, in the living cell, in the living protoplasm, there is something indefinable, differentiating living matter from dead matter. We recognize this something only by its functions. The chief of these functions is the power of self-reproduction. Absent in the dead organism, the dead cell, dead matter. The living organism multiplies indefinitely, incorporating and assimilating dead matter into itself. This ability to reproduce itself and to absorb dead matters with its mechanical laws is the inexplicable function of life, showing that life is not simply a complex of mechanical forces, as the positivist philosophy attempts to prove. This thesis, that life is not a complex of mechanical forces, is corroborated only by the incommensurability of the phenomena of mechanical motion with the phenomena of life. Life phenomena can be expressed in terms of mechanical energy, calories of heat or units of horsepower, nor can the phenomena of life be artificially created by the physiochemical method. If we shall regard every separate life as a circle of the fourth dimension, this will make clear to us why every circle is inevitably escaping from our space. This happens because the circle inevitably ends in the same point at which it began, and the life of the separate being, beginning with birth, must end in death, which is the return to the point of departure. But during its transit through our space, the circle puts forth from itself certain lines, which, uniting with others, yields new circles. In reality, of course, all this proceeds quite otherwise. Nothing is born and nothing dies. It only so represents itself to us because we see but the sections of things. In reality, the circle of life is only the section of something, and that something undoubtedly exists before birth, i.e., before the appearance of the circle in our space, and continues to exist after death, i.e., after the disappearance of the circle from the field of our vision. To our observation, the phenomena of life are similar to the phenomena of motion, as these appear to the two-dimensional beings, and therefore it may be that this is the motion in the fourth dimension. We have seen that the two-dimensional being is bound to regard the properties of the three-dimensionality of solids as motions, and the real motions of solids going on in the higher space as the phenomena of life. In other words, that motion which remains a motion in the higher space appears to the lower being as a phenomena of life, and that which disappears in the higher space, transforming itself into the property of an immobile solid, appears to the lower being as mechanical motion. The phenomena of life and the phenomena of motion are just as incommensurable for us as are the two kinds of motion in its world for the two-dimensional being, one of these motions being real and the other illusory. Hinton says of this incommensurability, there is something in life not included in our conception of mechanical movement. Is this something a four-dimensional movement? If we look at it from the broadest point of view, there is something striking in the fact that where life comes in, there arises an entirely different set of phenomena from those of the inorganic world. Upon this basis, it is justifiable to assume that those phenomena which we call the phenomena of life are movements in higher space. Those phenomena which we call mechanical motion become, in turn, the phenomena of life in a space lower relatively to ours, and in one higher, simply the properties of immobile solids. This means that if we consider three kinds of existence, the two-dimensional, ours, and the higher dimensional, then it will appear that the motion which is observed by the two-dimensional being in two-dimensional space is for us a property of immobile solids. Life, as it is apprehended in two-dimensional space, is motion as we observe it in our space. Moreover, motions in three-dimensional space, i.e., all our mechanical motions and manifestations of physiochemical forces, light, sound, heat, etc., are only our sensations of some, to us, incomprehensible properties of four-dimensional solids. And our phenomena of life are the motions of solids of higher space, which appear to us as the birth, growth, and life of living beings. But if we presuppose a space not of four, but of 5 dimensions, then in it the phenomena of life would probably appear as the properties of immobile solids, genus, species, families, peoples, races, and so forth, and motions would seem perhaps only the phenomena of thought. We know that the phenomena of motion or manifestations of energy are involved with the expenditure of time, and we see how, with the gradual transcendence of the lower space by the higher, motion disappears, being converted into the properties of immobile solids, i.e., the expenditure of time disappears, and the necessity for time. To the two-dimensional being, time is necessary for the understanding of the most simple phenomena: an angle, a hill, a ditch. For us, time is not necessary for the understanding of such phenomena, but is necessary for the explanation of the phenomena of motion and physical phenomena. In a space still higher, our phenomena of motion and physical phenomena would probably be regarded independently of time, as properties of immobile solids, and biological phenomena, birth, growth, reproduction, death, would be regarded as phenomena of motion. Thus we see how the idea of time recedes with the expansion of consciousness. We see its complete conditionality. We see that by time are designated the characteristics of space relatively higher than a given space, i.e., the characteristics of perceptions of a consciousness relatively higher than a given consciousness. For the one-dimensional being, all the indices of 2, 3, 4-dimensional space and beyond lie in time. All this is time. For the two-dimensional being, time embraces within itself the indices of 3-dimensional space, 4-dimensional space, and all spaces beyond. For man, i.e., the 3-dimensional being, time contains the indices of 4-dimensional space and all spaces beyond. Therefore, according to the degree of expansion and elevation of the consciousness and the forms of its receptivity, the indices of space are augmented and the indices of time are diminished. In other words, the growth of the space sense is proceeding at the expense of the time sense. Or one may say that the time sense is an imperfect space sense, i.e., an imperfect power of representation, which, being perfected, translates itself into the space sense, i.e., into the power of representation in forms. Taking as a foundation the principles elucidated here, we attempted to represent to ourselves the universe very abstractedly. It is clear that this will be quite other than the universe which we are accustomed to imagine to ourselves. Everything will exist in it always. This will be the universe of the eternal now of Hindu philosophy, a universe in which will be neither before nor after, in which will be just one present, known or unknown. Hinton feels that with the expansion of the space sense, our vision of the world will change completely, and he tells about this in his book, A New Era of Thought, page 66. The conception which we shall form of the universe will undoubtedly be as different from our present one as the Copernican view differs from the most pleasant view of a wide, immovable earth beneath a vast vault. Indeed, any conception of our space in the universe will be more agreeable than the thought of being on a spinning ball, kicked into space without any means of communication with any other inhabitants of the universe. But what does the world of many dimensions represent in itself? What are these solids of many dimensions, the lines and boundaries of which we perceive as motion? A great power of imagination is necessary to transcend the limits of our perceptions and to visualize mentally the world in other categories even for a moment. Let us imagine some object, say a book, outside of space or outside of time and space. What will the last mean? Were we to take a look, were we to take the book out of time and space, it would mean that all books which have existed, exist now, and will exist together, i.e., occupy one and the same place and exist simultaneously, forming, as it were, one book, which includes within itself the properties, characteristics, and peculiarities of all books possible in the world. When we say simply a book, we have in mind something possessing the common characteristic of all books. This is a concept. But that book about which we are talking now possesses not only the common characteristics, but the individual characteristics of all separate books. Let us take other things, a table, a house, a tree, a man. Let us imagine them out of time and space. The mind will have to open its doors to the objects, each possessing such an infinite number of signs and characteristics that to comprehend them by means of the reason is absolutely impossible. And if one wants to comprehend them by his reason, he will certainly be forced to dismember these objects somehow, to take them at first in some one sense from one side in one section of their being. What is man out of space and time? He is all humanity, man as the species, Homo sapiens, but at the same time possessing the characteristics, peculiarities, and individual earmarks of all separate men. This is you and I and Julius Caesar and the conspirators who killed him, and the newsboy I pass every day, all kings, all slaves, all saints, all sinners, all taken together, fused into one indivisible being of a man, like a great living tree in which are bark, wood, and dried twigs, green leaves, flowers, and fruit. Is it possible to conceive of and understand such a being by our reason? The idea of such a great being inspired the artist or artists who created the Sphinx. But what is motion? Why do we feel it if it does not exist? About this last, Mabel Collins, a theosophical writer of the first period of modern theosophy, writes very beautifully in her poetical Story of the Year. The entire true meaning of the earthly life consists only in the mutual contract between personalities and in the efforts of growth. Those things which are called events and circumstances and which are regarded as the real contents of life are in reality only the conditions which make these contacts and this growth possible. In these words, there sounds already quite a new understanding of the real, and truly the illusion of motion cannot arise out of nothing. When we are traveling by train and the trees are running, overtaking one another, we know that this motion is illusory, one, that the trees are immobile, and that the illusion of their motion is created by our own. As in these particular cases, so also in general as regards all motion in the material world, the foundation of which the positivists consider to be motion in the finest particles of matter, we, recognizing this motion as illusionary one, will ask, is not an illusion of this motion created by some motion inside our consciousness? So it will be. And having established this, we shall endeavor to define what kind of motion is going on inside our consciousness, i.e., what is moving relatively to what? H.P. Blavatsky, in her first book, Isis Unveiled, touched upon the same question concerning the relation of life to time and motion. She writes, as our planet revolves every year around the sun, and at the same time turns once in every 24 hours upon its own axis, thus traversing minor cycles within a larger one. So is the work of the smaller cyclic periods accomplished and recommenced. The revolution of the physical world, according to the ancient doctrine, is attended by a like revolution in the world of intellect, the spiritual evolution of the world proceeding in cycles like the physical one. Thus we see in history a regular alternation of ebb and flow in the tide of human progress. The great kingdoms and empires of the world, after reaching the culmination of their greatness, descended again in accordance with the same law by which they ascended, descended again in accordance with the same law by which they ascended, till, having reached the lowest point, humanity reasserts itself and mounts up once more, the height of its attainment being, by this law of ascending progression by cycles, somewhat higher than the point from which it had before descended. The division of the history of mankind into golden, silver, copper, iron ages is not a fiction. We see the same thing in the literature of peoples. An age of great inspiration and unconscious productiveness is invariably followed by an age of criticism and consciousness. The one affords material for the analyzing and critical intellect of the other. Thus all those great characters who tower like giants in the history of mankind, like Buddha, Siddhartha, and Jesus in the realm of spiritual, and Alexander the Macedonian, and Napoleon the Great in the realm of physical conquests, were but reflexed images of human types which had existed 10,000 years before in the preceding decimillennium, reproduced by the mysterious powers controlling the destinies of our world. There is no prominent character in all the annals of sacred or profane history whose prototype we cannot find in the half-fictitious and half-real traditions of bygone religions and mythologies. As the star, glimmering at an immeasurable distance above our heads in the boundless immensity of the sky, reflects itself in the smooth waters of a lake, so does the imagery of men of the antediluvian ages reflect itself in the periods we can embrace in a historical retrospect. As above, so below, that which has been will return again, as in heaven, so on earth. Anything that can be said about the understanding of temporal relations is inevitably extremely vague. This is because our language is absolutely inadequate to the spatial expression of temporal relations. We lack the necessary words for it. We have no verbal forms, strictly speaking, for the expression of these relations, which are new to us, and some other quite new forms, not verbal, are indispensable. The language for transmission of the new temporal relations must be a language without verbs. New parts of speech are necessary, an infinite number of new words. At present, in our human language, we can speak about time by hints only. Its true essence is inexpressible for us. We should never forget about this inexpressibility. This is the sign of the truth, the sign of reality. That which can be expressed cannot be true. All systems dealing with the relation of the human soul to time, all ideas of post-mortem existence, the theory of reincarnation, that of the transmigration of souls, of karma, are symbols trying to transmit relations which cannot be expressed directly because of the poverty and the weakness of our language. They should not be understood literally any more than it is possible to understand the symbols and allegories of art literally. It is necessary to search for their hidden meaning, that which cannot be expressed in words. The literal understanding of these symbolical forms in certain lines of contemporary literature and the union with them of ideas of evolution and morals taken in the most narrow dualistic meaning completely disfigures the inner content of these forms and deprives them of their value and meaning. Chapter 11. Science and the Problem of the Fourth Dimension. The address of Professor N.A. Omoff before the Mendeleevskian Convention in 1911. The characteristic traits and problems of contemporary scientific thought. The new physics, the electromagnetic theory, the principle of relativity, the works of Einstein and Minkowski. Simultaneous existence of the past and the future, the eternal now. Van Manen's book about occult experiences, the drawing of the four-dimensional figure. Speaking generally with regard to the problems propounded in the foregoing chapters, those of time, space, and the higher dimensions, it is impossible not to dwell once more upon the relation of science to these problems. To many persons, the relation of exact science to these questions, which undoubtedly constitute the most important problem now engaging human thought, appears highly enigmatical. If it is important, why does not science deal with it? And why, on the contrary, does science repeat the old contradictory affirmations, pretending to know or not to notice an entire series of theories and hypotheses advanced? Science should be the investigation of the unknown. Why, therefore, is it not anxious to investigate this unknown, which has been in process of revelation for a long time, which soon will cease to be the unknown? It is possible to answer this question only by acknowledging that, unfortunately, official academic science is doing but a small part of what it should be doing in regard to the investigation of the new and unknown. For the most part, it is only teaching that which has already become the commonplace of the independent thinker, or still worse, has already become acquainted and rejected as valueless. So it is the more pleasant to remark that even in science, many sometimes be discerning an aspiration towards the search of new horizons of thought, or, to put it differently, not always and not in all the academic routine, with its obligatory repetition of an endless number of commonplaces, has the love of knowledge and the power of independent thinking been crowded out. Although timidly and tentatively, science, through its boldest representatives in the last few decades, has after all been touching upon the problems of higher dimensions, and in such cases has arrived at results almost identical with those propounded in the preceding chapters. In December 1911, the Second Mendeleevskian Convention was opened by the address of Professor N.A. Omoff, dedicated to the problems of time and higher dimensions under the title The Characteristic Traits and Problems of Contemporary Natural Scientific Thought. The address of Professor Omoff, though not altogether outspoken, was nevertheless an agent of great importance in the history of the development of exact science. Sometime it will doubtless be recognized as an unusually bold and brilliant attempt to come forward and proclaim absolutely new ideas which practically renounce all positivism. And in the very citadel of positivism, which the Mendeleevskian Convention represents. But inertia and routine, of course, did their work. Professor Omoff's address was heard along with other addresses, was printed in the proceedings of the convention, and there rested, without producing at all the impression of an exploded bomb that it should have produced, had the listeners been more in a position to appreciate its true meaning and significance. And, more important, they had the desire to do so. In this diminution of its significance, the reserves and limitations which Professor Omoff himself made in his address assisted to a degree, as did the title, in failing to express its substance and general tendency, which was to show that science goes diminutive diminutive. I can't diminution. I can't say that fucking word. We start over. Diminution. In this diminution of significance, the reserves and limitations which Professor Omoff himself made in his address assisted to a degree, as did the title, in failing to express its substance and general tendency, which was to show that science goes now in a new direction, and one which is not in reality, i.e., that the new direction goes against science. Professor Omoff died in 1916, and I am willing to impose upon him thoughts which he did not share. I talked with him in January 1912, and from our conversation I saw that he was stopping halfway, as it were, between the ideas of the fourth dimension approximating those expressed by me in the first edition of Tertium Organum, and those physical theories which still admit motion as an independent fact. What I wish to convey is that Professor Omoff, admitting time as being the fourth dimension of space, did not regard motion as the illusion of our consciousness, but recognized the reality of motion in the world as a fact independent of us and our psyche. I speak of this because later I shall quote extracts from Professor Omoff's paper, choosing generally those places containing the ideas almost identical with the thoughts expressed in the preceding chapters. The part of the address which pictures the evolution of modern physics from the atom to the electron I shall omit, because this seems to me somewhat artificially united to those ideas upon which I wish to dwell, and is not inwardly connected with them at all. From my standpoint, it is immaterial whether we make the foundation of matter the atom or the electron. I believe that at the foundation of matter lies illusion, or in other words, a form of perception, and the constant development of those ideas of higher space which Professor Omoff made the basis of his address leads, in my opinion, to the negation of motion, just as the constant development of the ideas of mathematical physics has led to the negation of matter as substance. Having mentioned electrons, I may add that there is a method whereby modern scientific ideas and the data of the psychological method may be reconciled, namely, by the aid of the very ancient systems of the Kabbalah, alchemy, and so forth, which established the foundation of the material world in four principles or elements, of which the first two, fire and water, correspond to the positive and negative electrons of modern physics. But in such case, the electrons must be regarded not simply as electromagnetic units, but as principles, i.e., as two opposite aspects or phases constituting the world. Professor Omoff's address is interesting and remarkable in that he stands already on the very threshold of metaphysics, and he is perhaps hindered from entering only by a lingering faith in the value of the positivistic method, which dies when the new watchwords of science are declared. The introductory word to our forthcoming labors, says Professor Omoff, it will be most proper to dedicate to the excursions of scientific thought in its search for the image of the world. The necessity for scientific research along this path will become clear if we will turn to the covenants of our high priests of science. These covenants convey the deep motives of active service to natural science and to men. It is useful to express them in our time, wherein thought is preeminently directed to the questions of the organization of life. Let us remember the credo of the natural scientist: to establish the authority of man over energy, time, and space, to know the architecture of the universe, and in this knowledge to find a basis of creative foresight. This foresight inspires confidence that natural science, continuing the great and responsible work of creation in the fields of nature, which it has already made its own, will not fail to enter a new field adapted to the enlarged necessities of mankind. This new nature has become a vital necessity of personal and public activity, but its grandeur and power summon the mind, as it were, to tranquility. The demand for stability in the household and the brevity of the personal experience in comparison with the evolution of the earth led men to faith and create in them an image of durability of the surrounding order of things, not for the present only, but for the future. The pioneers of natural science do not enjoy such a serene point of view, and to this circumstance the natural sciences are indebted for their continuous development. I venture to lift the brilliant and familiar veil and throw open the sanctuaries of scientific thought, now poised upon the summit of two contrasted contemplations of the world. The steersman of science shall be ceaselessly vigilant, despite the felicity of his voyage. Above him shall invariably shine the stars by which he finds his way upon the ocean of the unknown. At the time in which we are living now, the constellations in the skies of our science have changed, and a new star has flashed out, having no equal to itself in brightness. Persistent scientific investigation has expanded the volume of the knowable to dimensions which could scarcely be imagined only a short time, 15 or 20 years ago. Number remains, as before, the lawmaker of nature, but being capable of representation, it has escaped from the mode of contemplating the world which regarded as possible its representation by mechanical models. This augmentation of knowledge gives a sufficient number of images for the construction of the world, but they destroy its architecture as that is known to us, and creates as it were a new order, extending far in its free lines beyond the limits not only of the old visible world, but even beyond the fundamental forms of our thinking. I have now to lead you to the summits from which open the perspectives that are reforming the very basis of our understanding of the world. The ascent to them amid the ruins of classical physics is attended with no small difficulty, and I ask in advance your indulgence and shall exercise all my efforts to simplify and shorten our path as far as possible. Professor Almoff proceeds to picture the evolution of form from the atom to the electron, from materialistic and mechanistic ideas about the universe to the electromagnetic theory. The axioms of mechanics are only fragments, and their application may be compared to the judgment concerning the contents of an entire chapter by means of a single sentence. Therefore, it is not strange that the attempt of the mechanistic explanation of the properties of the electromagnetic ether by the aid of axioms in which these properties were either denied or one-sidedly predetermined was doomed to failure. The mechanistic contemplation of the world appeared as one-sided. In the image of the world, unity was not in evidence. The electromagnetic world could not remain as something quite alien, unrelated to matter. The material mode of contemplating the world, with its fixed formula, had no sufficient flexibility to bring about unification through it and its principles. There remained only one way out: to sacrifice one of the worlds, the material, the mechanistic, or the electromagnetic. It was necessary to find sufficient foundations for decision on the one side or on the other. These were not slow to appear. The consequent development of physics is a process against matter, which ended with its expulsion. But along with this negative activity has gone the creative work of the Reformation, Reformation of electromagnetic symbolics. It was forced to become adequate to express the properties of the material world, its atomic structure, inertia, radiation, and absorption of energy, electromagnetic phenomena. On the horizon of scientific thought was arising the electronic theory of matter. Through electrical corpuscles was opening the connection between matter and vacuum. The idea of a special substratum filling the vacuum. Ether became sulfurous. Light and heat are born by the motion of electrons. They are the sons of microcosms. The universe consists of positive and negative corpuscles bound by electromagnetic fields. Matter disappeared. Its variety was replaced by a system of mutually related electronic corpuscles, and instead of the accustomed material world, one deeply different, the electromagnetic world, is envisioning itself to us. It's not envisioning, though. It's envisaging. Envisaging, whatever. But the recognition of the electromagnetic world did not annihilate many unsolved problems and difficulties, and the necessity for a generalizing system was felt. You have to forgive me. I've been in drywall dust for the past 3 to 4 days, and I'm beat. I'm doing the best I can. Hopefully I get better towards the end. Let us look about us at the point which we have reached. It is very dangerous. Not only theory only has suffered wreck there. It is the more dangerous that it subtly is covered by the mask of simplicity. Its basis is the experimental attempts which gave a negative answer to the researches of careful and skilled experimenters. Professor Almoff shows the contradictions which were the outcome of certain experiments. The necessity to explain these contradictions served as the incentive to the discovery of the unifying principle. This was the principle of relativity. The deductions of Lorentz, which were made in 1909, and which in general had in view electro-optical phenomena only, gave the impetus to the promulgation by Albert Einstein of a new principle and to its remarkable generalization by the recently deceased Hermann Minkowski. We are approaching the summit of modern physics. It is occupied by the principle of relativity, the expression of which is so simple that it is difficult to discern its all-important significance. It asserts that the laws of phenomena in the system of bodies for the observer who is connected with it will be the same whether the system is at rest or is moving uniformly and rectilinearly. Yeah. Hence, it follows that the observer cannot detect by the aid of the phenomena which are proceeding in the system of bodies with which he is connected, whether this system has a uniform translational motion or not. Thus, we cannot detect from any phenomena proceeding on the earth its translational motion in space. The principle of relativity includes the observing intellect within itself, which is a circumstance of extraordinary significance. The intellect is connected with a complex physical instrument, the nervous system. This principle therefore gives directions concerning things proceeding in moving bodies, not only in relation to physical and chemical phenomena, but also in relation to the phenomena of life and therefore to the quests of man. It is remarkable as an example of a thesis founded upon strictly scientific experiment in a purely physical region, which erects a bridge between two worlds usually regarded as quite distinct. Professor Almoff gives examples of the explanation of complex phenomena by the aid of the principle of relativity. He shows further how the most enigmatical problems of life are explained from the standpoint of the electromagnetic theory and the principle of relativity, and he comes at last to that which is the most interesting to us. Time is involved in all spatial measurements. We cannot define the geometrical form of a solid moving in relation to us. We are always defining its kinematical form. Therefore, our spatial measurements are in reality proceeding not in three-dimensional manifold, i.e., having three dimensions of height, length, and width, like this hall, but in four-dimensional manifold. The first three dimensions we can represent by the dimensions of a tape measure upon which are marked feet, yards, or some other measure of length. The fourth dimension we will represent by the film of a cinematograph, upon which each point corresponds to a new phase of the world's phenomena. The distances between the points of this film are measured by a clock going indifferently with this or that velocity. One observer will measure the distance between 2 points by a year, another by 100 years. The transition from one point to another of this film corresponds to our concept of the flow of time. This fourth dimension we will call, therefore, time. The film of a cinematograph can replace the reel of any tape measure, and contrariwise, the ingenious mathematician Minkowski, who died too young, proved that all these four dimensions are equivalent. How shall we comprehend this? Persons who arrive in St. Petersburg from Moscow have passed through Tver. They are not at this station, Tver, any longer, but nevertheless it continues to exist in the same manner, that moment of time corresponding to some event which has already passed. The beginning of life on earth, for example, has not disappeared. It exists still. It is not outlived by the universe, but only by the earth. The place of this event is defined by a certain point in the four-dimensional universe, and this point existed, is existing, and will exist. Now through this station passed by the earth, passes another wanderer. Time does not flow any more than space flows. It is we who are flowing, wanderers in a four-dimensional universe. Time is just the same measurement of space as is length, breadth, and height. Having changed them in the expression of some law of nature, we are returning to the identical law. These new concepts are embodied by Minkowski in an elegant mathematical theory. We shall not enter the magnificent temple erected by his genius, from which proceeds this voice. Nature all is given. For her the past and the future do not exist. She is the eternal present. She has no limits, either of space or of time. Changes are proceeding in individuals and correspond to their displacements upon worldways in a four-dimensional, eternal, and limitless manifold. These concepts in the region of philosophical thought will produce a revolution considerably greater than that caused by the displacement of the earth from the center of the universe by Copernicus. From the times of Newton to those of natural science, more brilliant perspectives have never opened up. Is not the power of natural science proclaimed in the transition from the undoubted experimental fact, the impossibility of the absolute motion of the earth, to a problem of the soul? A contemporary philosopher exclaimed in his confusion beyond truth and falsehood. When the cult of a new God is born, his word is not perfectly understood. The true meaning only becomes clear after the lapse of time. I think that this is true also as regards the principle of relativity. The elimination of the anthropomorphism from scientific conceptions was the enormous service to science. On the same path stands the principle of relativity, showing the dependence of our observations on general conditions of phenomena. The electromagnetic theory of the world and the principle of relativity explains only those phenomena the place of which is defined by the part of the universe which is occupied by matter. The rest of it, which presents itself to our senses as a vacuum, remains as yet beyond the reach of science, but at the shores of the material world is changelessly dashing the surf of new energy from that deep ocean empty for our senses, but not for our reason. Is not this dualism of matter and vacuum the anthropomorphism of science? And the last one. Let us put the fundamental question. What part of the universe is filled by matter? Let us surround our planetary system with a sphere, the radius of which is equal to half of the distance from the sun to the nearest stars. The length of this radius is traversed by a light ray in 1.5 years. The volume of this sphere let us take as the volume of the world. Let us now describe, with the sun as a center, another lesser sphere with a radius equal to the distance of our sun to the outermost planet. I admit that the matter of our world, collected in one place, will not take more than 1/10 of the volume of the planetary sphere. I think that this figure is considerably exaggerated. After calculations of volume, it will appear that in our world, the volume occupied by the matter will be related to the volume of the vacuum as the figure 1 to the number represented by the figure 3 with 13 zeros. This relation is equivalent to the relation of 1 second to 1 million years. According to the calculations of Lord Kelvin, the density of matter corresponding to such a relation would be less than the density of water by 10,000 million times, i.e., it would be an extreme degree of rarefaction. Professor Almoff gives the example of such a number of balls as correspond to the number of seconds in 1 million years. Upon one of these balls, corresponding to the matter in the universe, is written all that we know, because all that we know is related to matter, and matter is only one ball among millions and millions of balls of vacuum. This is his conclusion, says he. Matter represents a highly improbable fact in the universe. This event came into existence because small probability does not mean impossibility. But where and in what manner are realized more probable events? Is it not in the domain of radiant energy? The theory of probability includes the immense part of the universe, the vacuum, in the world of becoming. We know that radiant energy possesses the preponderating mass. Among the different phenomena in the world of intercrossing rays, out of elements attracting one another, are not the tiny fragments born which by their congregation compose our material world. Is not the vacuum the laboratory matter? The material world corresponds to that limited horizon which is open to a man who has come out into a field. To his senses, life is teeming only within the limits of this horizon. Outside of it, for the senses of man, there is only a vacuum. I do not desire to start a polemic about those thoughts in Professor Almoff's address, with which I do not agree. Yet I shall mention and enumerate the questions which, in my opinion, are raised by the incompatibility of certain principles. The contrast between the vacuum and the material world sounds almost naive after the just quoted words of Minkowski concerning the necessity of a transfer of attention on the part of science from purely physical problems to questions of consciousness. Moreover, I do not see any fundamental difference between the material, the mechanical, and the electromagnetic universe. All this is three-dimensional. In the electromagnetic universe, there is as yet no true transmission to the fourth dimension, and Professor Almoff makes only one clear attempt to bind the electromagnetic world with the higher dimension. He says, that sheet of paper written in electromagnetic symbols with which we covered the vacuum, it is possible to regard as billions of separate superimposed sheets, but of which each one represents the field of one small electric quantity or charge. But this is all. The rest is just as three-dimensional as the theory of atoms and the ether. We are present at the funeral of the old physics, says Professor Almoff, and This is true, but the old physics is losing itself and disappears not in the electromagnetic theory, but in the idea of a new dimension of space which up to the present has been called time and motion. Truly, the new physics will be that in which there will be no motion, i.e., there will be no dualism of rest and motion, and no dualism of matter and vacuum. Understanding the universe as thought and consciousness, we completely divorce ourselves from the idea of a vacuum. And from this standpoint is explained the small probability of matter to which Professor Almoff referred. Matter, i.e., everything finite, is an illusion in an infinite world. Among many attempts at the psychological investigation of the fourth dimension, I shall note one in the book by Johann von Manen, Some Occult Experiences. In this book is a remarkable drawing of a four-dimensional figure which the author saw by means of his inner vision. This interesting experience Van Manen describes in the following way. When residing and touring in the north of England several years ago, I talked and lectured several times on the fourth dimension. One day, after having retired to bed, I lay fully awake, thinking out some problems connected with this subject. I tried to visualize or think out the shape of a four-dimensional cube, which I imagined to be the simplest four-dimensional shape. To my great astonishment, I saw plainly before me first a four-dimensional globe and afterwards a four-dimensional cube, and learned only then from this object lesson that the globe is the simplest body and not the cube, as the third-dimensional analogy ought to have told me beforehand. The remarkable thing was that the definite endeavor to see the one thing made me see the other. I saw the forms as before me in the air, though the room was dark, and behind the forms I saw clearly a rift in the curtains, through which a glimmer of light filtered into the room. This was a case in which I can clearly fix the impression that the objects seen were outside my head. In most of the other cases I could not say so definitely, as they partake of a dual character, being almost equally felt as outside and inside the brain. I forgo the attempt to describe the fourth-dimensional cube as to its form. Mathematical description would be possible, but would at the same time disintegrate the real impression in its totality. The fourth-dimensional globe can be better described. It was an ordinary three-dimensional globe, out of which, on each side, beginning at its vertical circumference, bent, tapering horns proceeded, which, with a circular bend, united their points above the globe from which they started. The effect is best indicated by circumscribing the numerical 8 by a circle. So 3 circles are formed, the lower one representing the initial globe, the upper one representing empty space, and the greater circle circumscribing the whole. If it be now understood that the upper circle does not exist and the lower small circle is identical with the outer large circle, the impression will have been conveyed, at least to some extent. I have always been easily able to recall this globe. To recall the cube is far more difficult, and I have to concentrate to get it back. I have, in a like manner, had rare visions of the fifth and sixth dimensional figures. At least I have felt as if the figures I saw were fifth and sixth dimensional. In these matters, the greatest caution is necessary. I am aware that I have come into contact with these things as far as the physical brain allows it, without denying that beyond what the brain has caught there was something further, felt at the time, which was not handed on. The sixth-dimensional figure I cannot describe. All I remember of it is that it gave me at the time an impression in form of what we might call diversity in unity, or synthesis in differentiation. The fifth-dimensional vision is best described, or rather hinted at, by saying that it looked like an alpine relief map, with the singularity that all mountain peaks and the whole landscape represented in the map were one mountain. Or again, in other words, as if all the mountains had a single base. This was the difference between the fifth and the sixth, that in the fifth excrescences were in one sense exteriorized and yet rooted in the same unit. But in the sixth they were differentiated but not exteriorized. They were only in different ways identical with the same base, which was their whole. C.W. Ledbetter, on a note to these remarkable pages, says, striking as this drawing is, which there is no drawing. I wish they would have included the drawing because that would have been amazing. Striking as this drawing is, the value lies chiefly in its suggestiveness to those who have once seen that which it represents. One can hardly hope that it will convey a clear idea of the reality to those who have never seen it. It is difficult to get an animal to understand a picture, apparently because he is incapable of grasping the idea that perspective on a flat surface is intended to represent objects which he knows only as solid. The average man is in exactly the same position with regard to any drawing or model which is intended to suggest to him the idea of the fourth dimension. And so, clever and suggestive as this is, I doubt whether it will be of much help to the average reader. The man who has seen the reality might well be helped by this to bring into his ordinary life a flash of that higher consciousness, and in that case he might perhaps be able to supply in his thought what must necessarily be lacking in the physical plane drawing. Maybe that's why there's not a picture. All right. For my part, I may say that the true meaning of Van Manen's vision is difficult even to appreciate with the means at our disposal. After seeing the drawing in his book, I at once felt and understood all that it means, but I disagree somewhat with the author in the interpretation of his drawing. He says, we may also call the total impression that of a ring. I think it was then that I understood for the first time that so-called fourth dimensional sight is sight with reference to a space conception arising from the visual perception of density. This remark, though very cautious, seems to me dangerous, because it creates the possibility of the same mistake which stopped Hinton in many things and which I partly repeated in the first edition of the fourth dimension. This mistake consists in the possibility of the construction of some pseudo fourth dimension, which lies in reality completely in three dimensions. In my opinion, there is very much emotion in the figure. The entire figure appears to me as a moving one, continuously generating itself as though it were at the point of contact of the acute ends, coming from there and evolving back there. But I shall not analyze and comment upon Van Manen's experience now, leaving it to readers who have had similar experiences. So far as and I'm going to spell that in case you wanted to look up this picture. It's V-A-N-M-A-N-E-N is the dude. So far as Van Manen's descriptions of his observations of the fifth and sixth dimensions are concerned, it seems to me that nothing in them warrants the supposition that they are related to any region higher or more complex than the fourth dimensional world. In my opinion, all these are just observations of the region of the fourth dimension, but the similarity to the experience of certain mystics is very remarkable in them, especially those of Jacob Boehm. Moreover, the method of object lesson is very interesting, i.e., those two images which Van Manen saw and from the comparison of which he deduced his conclusions. That's it on that. But I gotta look this dude up. Hold on. I can't do it. There's no way that I'm just gonna like end this without finding at least a picture. Man. Let's see, we get a friggin' picture here. Image. Misspell his name? Yeah. Just looking. That ain't it. I don't see it. Yeah. Dimensional world. No. Is this it? No. I'm just not seeing it, guys. I wish I did. I'd have to do some more studying on it. It's not that cute. Yeah, it's just not coming up on a quick one. Oh, well, I'm going to leave that in there, too, because I don't like editing. So sorry about all the mistakes. But I'll continue on. Chapter 12. Analysis of phenomena. What defines different orders of phenomena for us? Methods and forms of the transition of one order of phenomena into another. Phenomena of motion. Phenomena of life. Phenomena of consciousness. The central question of our knowledge of the world. What mode of phenomena is generic and produces the others? Can the origin of everything lie in motion? The laws of transformation of energy. Simple transformation and liberation of latent energy. Different liberating forces of different orders of phenomena. The force of mechanical energy, the force of a living cell, the force of an idea. Phenomena and noumena of our world. The order of phenomena is defined for us first by the method of apprehending them, and second by the form of the transition of one order of phenomena into another. According to our method of apprehending them, and by the form of their transition into one another, we discern three orders of phenomena. Physical phenomena, i.e., all phenomena studied by physics and chemistry. Phenomena of life, all phenomena studied by biology and its subdivisions. Psychic phenomena, thoughts, feelings, sensations, etc. We know physical phenomena by means of our sense organs or by the aid of apparatus. Many recognize the physical phenomena are not observed directly. They are merely projections of the assumed causes of our sensations or those of the causes of other phenomena. Physics recognizes the existence of many phenomena which have never been observed by the sense organs or by means of apparatus, the temperature of absolute zero, etc., for example. The phenomena of life, as such, are not observed directly. We cannot project them as the cause of definite sensations, but certain groups of sensations force us to assume in certain groups of physical phenomena the presence of the phenomena of life. It may be said that a certain grouping of physical phenomena forces us to assume the presence of the phenomena of life. We define the cause of the phenomena of life as a something not capable of being grasped by the senses or by apparatus, and incommensurable with the causes of physical sensations. A sign of the presence of the phenomena of life consists in the power of organisms to reproduce themselves, i.e., the multiplication of them in the same forms, the indivisibility of separate units of their especial adaptability, which is not observed outside of life. Psychic phenomena are the feelings and the thoughts that we know in ourselves by direct sensation. We assume their existence in others, 1, from analogy with ourselves, 2, from their manifestation in actions, and 3, from that which we gather by the aid of speech. But as has been shown by certain philosophical theories, it is impossible to establish strictly objectively the presence of consciousness other than our own. A man establishes this usually because of his inner assurance of its truth. Physical phenomena transform themselves into one another completely. It is possible to transform heat into light, pressure into motion, etc. It is possible to produce any physical phenomenon from other physical phenomena, to produce any chemical combination by the synthetic method, combining the composite parts in proper proportions and under proper physical conditions. Modern physics assumes electromagnetic phenomena as the basis of all physical phenomena, but physical phenomena do not transform themselves into the phenomena of life. By no combination of physical conditions can science create life, just as by chemical synthesis it cannot create living matter, protoplasm. We can tell what amount of coal is necessary to generate the certain amount of heat necessary to transform a given quantity of ice into water, but we cannot tell what amount of coal is necessary to create the vital energy with which one living cell forms another living cell. In similar manner, physical, chemical, and mechanical phenomena cannot themselves produce the phenomena of consciousness, i.e. of thought. Were it otherwise, a rotating wheel, after the expenditure of certain amount of energy, or after the lapse of a certain time, could generate an idea. Yet we know perfectly well that the wheel can go on rotating for millions of years, and no single idea will be produced by it at all. Thus we can see the phenomena of motion differ in a fundamental way from the phenomena of life and consciousness. The phenomena of life change into other phenomena of life, multiply indefinitely, and transform themselves into physical phenomena, generating a whole series of mechanical and chemical combinations. The phenomena of life manifest themselves to us in physical phenomena, and in the existence of such phenomena, psychic phenomena are sensed directly, and having enormous potential force, transform themselves into physical phenomena and into manifestations of life. We know that at the basis of our procreative force lies desire, that is, psychical. It's Psychical. That is a psychical state, or a phenomena of consciousness. Desire is possessed of enormous potential force. Out of the united desire of a man and a woman, a whole nation may come into being. At the root of the active, constructive, creative force of man that can change the course of rivers, unite oceans, cut through mountains, lies desire, i.e., again, a physical state or a phenomena of consciousness. Thus, psychic phenomena possesses even greater unifying force with relation to physical phenomena than do the phenomena of life. Positive philosophy affirms that all three orders of phenomena proceed from one cause lying within the sphere of the study of physics. This cause is called by different names at different times, but it is assumed to be identical with the physical energy in general. Seriously analyzing such an affirmation, it is easily seen to be absolutely arbitrary and not founded upon anything. Physical phenomena of themselves, inside the limits of our existence and observation, never create the phenomena of life and the phenomena of consciousness. Consequently, we may with greater right assume that in the phenomena of life and in the phenomena of consciousness there is something which does not exist in physical phenomena. Moreover, we cannot measure physical, biological, and psychic phenomena by the same unit of measurement. Or more correctly, we cannot measure the phenomena of life and the phenomena of consciousness at all. It is only the phenomena first mentioned, i.e., the physical, that we fancy we can measure, though this is very doubtful too. In any case, we undoubtedly know that we can express neither the phenomena of life nor the psychic phenomena in the formula of physical phenomena, and generally speaking, we have for them no formula at all. In order to clarify the relation between phenomena of different kinds, let us examine in detail the laws of their transformation one into another. First of all, it is necessary to consider physical phenomena and make detailed study of the conditions and properties of their transformation one into another. In an essay on Wundt, the Northern Messenger, 1888, A.L. Volinsky, elucidating the principles of Wundt's physiological psychology, says, the actions of sensation are provoked by the actions of irritation, but both these actions need not be at all equal. It is possible to burn a whole city by a spark from a cigarette. It is necessary to understand why this is possible. Place a board upon the edge of some object scale-wise, so that it will balance. On both ends of the board, put now on an equal amount of weight. The weights will not fall. Although both of them will tend to fall, they balance one another. If we lift the least weight from one end of the board, then the other end will overbalance, and the board will fall, i.e., the force of gravity, which existed before as an invisible tendency, will have become a visible motive force. If we put the board and weights on the earth, the force of gravity will not produce any action, but it will not be eliminated. It will only transform itself into other forces. The forces which are only striving to produce motion are called constrained or dead forces. The forces which are actually manifesting themselves in certain definite actions are called free or live forces. But as regards free forces, it is necessary to differentiate those forces which are liberating, setting free, from the forces which are liberated or set free. An enormous difference exists between the liberation of a force and its transformation into another. When one kind of motion transforms itself into another kind, the amount of free force remains the same, and contrawise, when one force liberates another, the amount of free force changes. The free force of an irritation liberates the tied-up forces of a nerve, and this liberation of tied-up forces is proceeding at each point of the nerve. The first motion increases like a fire, like a snowslide carrying along with it new and ever new drifts. It is for this reason that the action, phenomena, of sensation need not be exactly equal to the action of irritation. Let us look more broadly at the relation between liberated and liberating forces in the different kinds of phenomena. We should discover that sometimes an almost negligible amount of physical force may liberate an enormous, a colossal amount of physical energy. But all that we can ever assemble of physical force is powerless to liberate a single iota of that vital energy necessary for the independent existence of a single microscopic living organism. The force contained in living organisms, the vital force, is capable of liberating indefinitely greater amounts of vital and also of physical energy than the force of motion. The microscopic living cell is capable of infinite dissemination to evolve new species, to cover continents with vegetation, to fill the oceans with seaweed, to build islands out of coral, to deposit powerful layers of coal, etc., etc. Concerning the latent energy contained in the phenomena of consciousness, i.e., in thoughts, feelings, desires, we discover that its potentiality is even more immeasurable, more boundless. From personal experience, from observation, from history, we know that ideas, feelings, desires, manifesting themselves, can liberate enormous quantities of energy and create infinite series of phenomena. An idea can act for centuries and millenniums and only grow and deepen, invoking ever new series of phenomena, liberating ever fresh energy. We know that thoughts continue to live and act We know that thoughts continue to live and act when even the very name of the man who created them has been converted into a myth. Like the names of the founders of ancient religions, the creators of the immortal poetical works of antiquity, heroes, leaders, prophets. Their words are repeated by innumerable lips. Their ideas are studied and commented upon. Their preserved works are translated, printed, read, studied, staged, illustrated. And this is done not only with the masterpieces of men of genius, but some single little verse may live millenniums, making hundreds of men work for it, serve it, in order to transmit it further. Observe how much potential energy there is in some little verse of Pushkin or Lermontov. This energy acts not only upon the feelings of men, but by reason of its very existence, it acts upon their will. See how vital and immortal are the words, thoughts, and feelings of half-mythical Homer. How much of motion each word of his during the time of its existence has evoked. Undoubtedly, each thought of a poet contains enormous potential force, like the power confined in a piece of coal or in a living cell, but infinitely more subtle, imponderable, and potent. This remarkable correlation of phenomena may be expressed in the following terms. The farther a given phenomena is from the visible and sensed, from the physical, the farther it is from matter, the more there is in it of hidden force, the greater the quantity of phenomena it can produce, can leave in its wake, the greater amount of energy it can liberate, and so the less it is dependent upon time. If we would correlate all of the above with the principle of physics that the amount of energy is constant, then we must state more exactly that in the preceding discussion, nothing has been said of the creation of new energy, but of the liberation of latent force. And we have found that the liberating force of life and thought is infinitely greater than the liberating force of mechanical motion and of chemical reactions. The microscopic living cell is more powerful than a volcano. The idea is more powerful than the geological cataclysm. Having established these differences between phenomena, let us endeavor to discover what phenomena themselves represent, taken by themselves, independently of our receptivity and sensation of them. We at once discover that we know nothing about them. We know a phenomenon just as far as it is irritation, i.e., to the extent that it provokes sensation. The positivistic philosophy sees mechanical motion or electromagnetic energy as the basis of all phenomena, but the hypothesis of vibrating atoms or of units of energy, electrons, and cycles of motion, combinations of which create different phenomena, is only a hypothesis built upon a perfectly arbitrary and artificial assumption concerning the existence of the world in time and space. Just as soon as we discover that the conditions of time and space are merely the properties of our sensuous receptivity, we absolutely destroy the validity of the hypothesis of energy as the foundation of everything, because time and space are necessary for energy, i.e., it is necessary for time and space to be properties of the world and not properties of the consciousness. Thus, in reality, we know nothing about the causes of phenomena. We do know that some combinations of causes acting through the organism upon the consciousness produce the series of sensations. We do know that some combination of causes acting through the organism upon our consciousness produce the series of sensations which we recognize as a green tree. But we do not know if this perception of a tree corresponds to the real substance of the causes which evoked this sensation. The question concerning the relation of the phenomenon to the thing in itself, i.e., to the indwelling reality, has been from far back the chief and most difficult concern of philosophy. Can we, studying phenomena, get at the very cause of them, at the very substance of the things? Kant has said, definitely no. By studying phenomena, we do not even approach to the understanding of things in themselves. Recognizing the correctness of Kant's view, if we desire to approach to an understanding of things in themselves, we must seek an entirely different method, an utterly different path from that which positive science, which studies phenomena, is treading. Chapter 13. The apparent and the hidden side of life. Positivism, and the study of the phenomenal side of life. Of what does the two-dimensionality of positive philosophy consist? The regarding of everything upon a single plane in one physical sequence. The streams which flow underneath the earth. What can the study of life as a phenomenon yield? The artificial world which science erects for itself. The unreality of finished and isolated phenomena. The new apprehension of the world. There exists visible and hidden causes of phenomena. There exist also visible and hidden effects. Let us consider one example. In all textbooks on the history of literature, we are told that in its time, Goethe's Werther provoked an epidemic of suicides. What did provoke these suicides? Let us imagine that some scientist appears who, being interested in the fact of the increase of suicides, begins to study the first edition of Werther according to the method of exact positive science. He weighs the book, measures it by the most precise instruments, notes the number of its pages, makes a chemical analysis of the paper and the ink, counts the number of lines on every page, the number of letters, and even how many times the letter A is repeated, how many times the letter B, and how many times the interrogation mark is used, and so on. In other words, he does everything that the pious Mohammedan performs with relation to the Quran of Muhammad, and on the basis of his investigations writes a treatise on the relation of the letter A of the German alphabet to suicide. Or let us imagine another scientist who studies the history of painting and, deciding to put it on a scientific basis, starts a lengthy series of analysis of pigment used in the picture of famous painters in order to discover the causes of the different impressions produced upon the beholder by different pictures. Imagine a savage studying a watch. Let us admit that he is a wise and crafty savage. He takes the watch apart and counts all its wheels and screws, counts the number of teeth in each gear, finds out its size and thickness. The only thing that he does not know is what all these things are for. He does not know that the hand completes the circuit of the dial in the half of 24 hours, i.e., that it is possible to tell time by means of a watch. All this is positivism. We are too familiar with positivistic methods and fail to realize that they end in absurdities, and that if we are seeking to explain the meaning of anything, they do not lead to the goal at all. The difficulty is that for the explanation of the meaning, positivism is of no use, for it nature is a closed book of which it studies the appearance only. In the matter of the study of the operations of nature, the positive methods have achieved much, as is proven by the innumerable successes of modern techniques, including the conquest of the air. But everything in the world has its own definite sphere of action. Positivism is very good when it seeks an answer to the question of how something operates under given conditions, but when it makes the attempt to get outside of its definite conditions, space-time causation, or presumes to affirm that nothing exists outside of these given conditions, then it is transcending its own proper sphere. It is true that the most serious positive thinkers deny the possibility of including in positive investigation the question of why and what for. But as a matter of fact, the positive standpoint is not the only possible one. The usual mistake of positivism consists in its not seeing anything except itself. It either considers everything as possible to it or considers as generally impossible much that is entirely possible, but not for positive inquiry. Humanity will never cease to search, however, for an answer to the questions why and wherefore. The positivistic scientist finds himself in the presence of nature, almost in the position of a savage in a library of rare and valuable books. For a savage, a book is a thing of definite size and weight. However long he may ask himself what purpose this strange thing serves, he will never discover the truth from its appearance, and the contents of the book will remain for him the incomprehensible nomenon. In like manner, the contents of nature are incomprehensible to the positivistic scientist. But if a man knows of the existence of the contents of the book, the nomenon of life, if he knows that a mysterious meaning is hidden under visible phenomena, there is the possibility that in the long run he will discover the contents. For success in this, it is necessary to grasp the idea of the inner contents, i.e., the meaning of the thing in itself. The scientist who discovers little tablets with hieroglyphics or wedge-shaped inscriptions in an unknown language deciphers and reads them after great labor. In order to accomplish this, he needs only one thing. It is necessary for him to know that these little signs represent inscription. As long as he regards them simply as an ornament, as the outside embellishment of little tablets, or as accidental tracings without meaning, up to that time their meaning and significance will be closed to him absolutely. But let him only assume the existence of that meaning, and the possibility of its comprehension will be already within sight. No secret cipher exists which cannot be solved without the aid of any key, but it is necessary to know that it is a cipher. This is the first and necessary condition. Lacking this, it is impossible to accomplish anything. The idea of the existence of the visible and the hidden sides of life was known to philosophy long ago. Phenomena was regarded as only one aspect of the world, and as being infinitely small compared to the hidden aspect, seeming, not existing really, arising in consciousness at the moment of its contact with the real world. Another side, noumena, was recognized as really existing in itself, but inaccessible for our receptivity. But there is no greater error than to regard the world as divided into phenomena and noumena, to conceive of a phenomena and noumena apart from one another, and susceptible of being separately known. This philosophic illiteracy, which shows itself most clearly in the dualistic spiritistic theories. The division into phenomena and noumena exists only in our minds. The phenomenal world is simply our incorrect perception of the world. As Karl Deprel has said, the world beyond is the world. The world beyond is this world, only perceived strangely. It would be more accurate to say that this world is the world beyond perceived strangely. Kant's idea is quite correct that the study of the phenomenal side of the world will not bring us any nearer to the understanding of things in themselves. The thing in itself, that is, the thing as it exists in itself independently of us. The phenomena of the thing, that is the thing in such semblance as we perceive it. The example of a book in the hands of an illiterate savage shows us quite clearly that it is sufficient not to know about the existence of the nomenon of a thing, the contents of the book in this case, in order that it shall not manifest itself in phenomena. On the other hand, the knowledge of the existence is sufficient to make possible its discovery with the aid of the very phenomena which, without the knowledge of the nomenon, would be perfectly useless. Just as it is impossible for a savage to attain to an understanding of the nature of a watch by a study of its phenomenal side, the number of wheels and the number of teeth in each gear, so also for the positivistic scientist, studying the external manifesting side of life, its secret raison d'etre, and the aim of separate manifestations will be forever hidden. To the savage, the watch will be an extremely interesting, complicated, but entirely useless toy. Somewhat after this manner, a man appears to the scientist materialist a mechanism infinitely more complex, but equally unknown as regards the purpose for which it exists and the manner of its creation. We picture to ourselves how incomprehensible the functions of a candle and of a coin would be for a plain man, studying two similar circles on his plane. In like manner, the functions of a man are incomprehensible to the scientist studying him as a mechanism. The reason for this is clear. It is because the coin and the candle are not similar circles, but two different objects having an entirely different use and meaning in that world which is relatively higher than the plane. A man is not a mechanism, but something having an aim and meaning in the world relatively higher than the visible one. The functions of a candle and of a coin in our world are for the imaginary plane man an inaccessible nomenon. It is evident that the phenomenon of a circle cannot give any understanding of the function of a candle and its difference from the function of a coin. But two-dimensional knowledge exists not alone on the plane. Materialistic thought tries to apply it to real life. A curious result follows, the true meaning of which, unhappily incomprehensible to many. One of such applications is the economic man. This is quite clearly the two-dimensional and flat being moving in two directions, those of production and consumption, i.e., living upon the plane of production-consumption. How is it possible to imagine man in general as such an obviously artificial being? And how is it possible to hope to understand the laws of the life of man with his complex spiritual aspirations and his great impulse to know, to understand everything around about him and within himself by studying the imaginary laws of the imaginary being upon an imaginary plane? The inventors of this theory alone possess the secret of the answer to this question. But the economic theory of human life attracts men, as do all simple theories, giving a short answer to a series of complicated questions. And we are ourselves too entangled in materialistic theories to see anything beyond them. Positivistic science does not really deny the theory of phenomena or noumena. It only affirms, in opposition to Kant, that in studying phenomena, we are gradually approaching to noumena. The noumena of phenomena, science considers to be the motion of atoms and the ether, or the vibrations of electrons. It conceives of the universe as a whirl of mechanical motion, or the field of manifestation of electromagnetic energy taking on the phenomenal tint for us on their reception by the organs of sense. Positivism affirms the phenomena of life and psychic phenomena are simply the functions of physical phenomena. That without physical phenomena, the phenomena of life, thought and emotion cannot exist, and that they represent only certain complex combinations of the foregoing, and furthermore that all these three kinds of phenomena are one and the same thing in substance, and the higher, i.e., the phenomena of life and of consciousness, are only different expressions of the lower, i.e., of one and the same physiomechanical or electromagnetic energy. But to all this, it is possible to answer one thing. If it were true, it would have been proven long ago. Nothing is easier than to prove the energetic hypothesis of life and the psyche. Just create life and thought by the mechanical method. Materialism and energetics are those obvious theories which cannot be true without proofs, because they cannot have proofs if they contain even a little grain of truth. But there are no proofs at the disposition of these theories, quite the reverse. The infinitely greater potentiality of the phenomena of life and the psyche compared with the physical phenomena assures us of the exact opposite. The simple fact above shown of the enormous liberating, unbinding force of psychic phenomena is sufficient to establish quite really and firmly the problem of the world of the hidden. And the world of the hidden cannot be the world of unconscious mechanical motion, of unconscious development of electromagnetic forces. The positivistic theory admits the possibility of explaining the higher through the lower, the invisible through the visible. But it has been shown at the very beginning that this is the explanation of one unknown by another unknown. There is still less justification for explaining the known through the unknown. Yet that lower, matter and motion, through which is positivists strive to explain the higher, life and thought, is itself unknown. Consequently, it is impossible to explain and define anything else in terms of it, while the higher, i.e., the thought, this is our sole known. It is the thought, this is our sole known. It is this alone that we do know, that we are conscious of in ourselves, that we can neither mistake nor doubt. And if thought can evoke or unbind physical energy, and motion can never create or unbind thought, out of the revolving wheel no thought ever arose. So of course we shall strive to define, not the higher in terms of the lower, but the lower in terms of the higher. If the invisible, like the contents of a book or the purpose of a watch, defines by itself the visible, so also we shall endeavor to understand not the visible, but the invisible. Starting from a false assumption concerning the mechanicality of the nominal side of nature, positive science, upon which the view of the world of the intelligent majority of contemporary humanity is founded, makes still another mistake in regard to cause and effect, or the law of functions. That is, it mistakes what is cause and what is effect. Just as the two-dimensional plane man thinks of all phenomena touching his consciousness as lying on one plane, so the positivistic method strives to interpret upon one plane all phenomena of different orders, i.e., to interpret all visible phenomena as the effects of antecedent visible phenomena, and as the inevitable cause of subsequent visible phenomena. In other words, it sees in causal and functional interdependence merely phenomena proceeding upon the surface, and studies the visible world, or the phenomena of the visible world, not admitting that causes can enter into this world, which are not contained in it, or that the phenomena of this world can possess functions extending beyond it. But this could be true only in a case there were no phenomena of life and of thought in the world, or if the phenomena of life and thought were really derivatives from physical phenomena, and did not possess infinitely greater latent force than they. Then only should we have the right to consider the chains of phenomena in their physical or visible sequence alone, as positivistic philosophy does. But taking into consideration the phenomena of life and thought, we shall inevitably recognize that the chain of phenomena often translates itself from a sequence purely physical to a biological sequence, i.e., one in which there is much of the hidden and invisible to us, or to a physical, that's not physical, it's psychical? Psychical, I guess. Psychical sequence where there is even more of the hidden. But during reverse translations from biological to psychical spheres into physical sequences, actions proceed often, if not always, from regions which are hidden from us, i.e., the cause of the visible is invisible. In consequence of this, we must admit that it is impossible to consider the chains of sequences in the world of physical phenomena only. When such a sequence touches the life of a man or that of a human society, we perceive clearly that it escapes from the physical sphere and returns to it. Regarding the matter from this standpoint, we see that, just as in the life of one man and in the life of a society, there are many streams, at times appearing on the surface and spouting up in boisterous torrents, and at other times disappearing deep underground, hidden from view, but only waiting for their moment to appear again on the surface. So do we observe in the world continuous chains of phenomena, and we perceive how these chains shift from one order of phenomena to another without a break. We observe how the phenomena of consciousness, thoughts, feelings, desires, are accompanied by psychological phenomena, creating them perhaps, and inaugurate a series of purely physical phenomena, and we see how physical phenomena becoming the object of sensations of sight, hearing, touch, smell, and the like, induce physiological phenomena and then physiological. But looking at life from that side, we see only physical phenomena, and having assured ourselves that it is the only reality, we may not notice the others at all. Herein appears the enormous power of suggestion in current ideas. To a sincere positivist, any metaphysical argument proving the unreality of matter or energy seems sophistry. It strikes him as a thing unnecessary, disagreeable, hindering a logical train of thought, an assault without aim or meaning on that which, in his opinion, is firmly established, alone, immutable, lying at the foundation of everything. He vexedly fans away from himself idealistic or mystical theories as he would a buzzing mosquito. But the fact is that thought and energy are different in substance and cannot be one and the same thing, because they are different sides of one and the same thing. For if we open the cranium of a living man in order to observe all the vibrations of the cells of the gray matter of the brain and all the quivering white fibers, in spite of everything, there will be merely motion, i.e., the manifestation of energy, and thought will remain somewhere beyond the limits of investigation, retreating like a shadow at every approach. The positivist, when he begins to realize this, feels that the ground is quaking underneath his feet, feels that by his method B will never approach to the thought. Then he sees clearly the necessity for a new method. As soon as he begins to think about it, he begins quite unexpectedly to notice things around him which he did not see before. His eyes begin to open to that which he did not wish to see before. The walls which he had erected around himself begin to fall one after another, and behind the falling walls, infinite horizons of possible knowledge, hitherto undreamed of, unroll before him. Thereupon he completely alters his view of everything surrounding him. He understands that the visible is produced by the invisible, and that without understanding the invisible, it is impossible to understand the visible. His positivism begins to totter, and if he is a man with a bold thought, then in some splendid moment he will perceive those things which he was wont to regard as real and true to be unreal and false, and those things regarded as false to be real and true. First of all, he will see that manifested physical phenomena often hide themselves, like a stream that has gone underground, yet they do not disappear altogether, but continue to exist in latent form in some minds, in someone's memory, in the words of books of someone, just as the future harvest is latent in the seeds, and therefore they again burst into light. Out of this latent state they come into an apparent one, making a roar, reverberation, motion. We observe such transitions of the invisible into the visible in the personal life of man, in the life of peoples, and in the history of humanity. These chains of events go on continuously, interweaving among themselves, entering one into another, sometimes hidden from our eyes and sometimes visible. I find an admirable description of this idea in the chapter on karma in Light on the Path by Mabel Collins. Consider with me that the individual existence is a rope which stretches from the infinite to the infinite and has no end and no commencement, neither is it capable of being broken. This rope is formed of innumerable fine threads, which, lying closely together, form its thickness. And remember that the threads are living, are like electric wires, more are like quivering nerves. But eventually, the long strands, the living threads, which in their unbroken continuity form the individual, pass out of the shadow into the shine. This illustration presents but a small portion, a single side of truth. It is less than a fragment, yet dwell on it. By its aid, you may be led to perceive more. What it is necessary first to understand is not that the future is formed by any separate acts of the present, but that the whole of the future is in unbroken continuity with the present, as the present is with the past. In the plane, from one point of view, the illustration of the rope is correct. The passages quoted show us that the idea of karma, developed in remote antiquity by Hindu philosophy, embodies the idea of the unbroken consecutiveness of phenomena. Each phenomenon, no matter how insignificant, is a link of an infinite and unbroken chain extending from the past into the future, passing from one sphere into another, sometimes manifesting as physical phenomena, sometimes hiding in the phenomena of consciousness. If we regard karma from the standpoint of our theory of time and space of many dimensions, then the connection between distant events will cease to be wonderful and incomprehensible. If events most distant from one another in relation to time touch one another in the fourth dimension, this means that they are proceeding simultaneously as cause and effect, and the walls dividing them are just an illusion which our weak intellect cannot conquer. Things are united, not by time, but by an inner connection, an inner correlation. And time cannot separate those things which are inwardly near, following one from another. Certain other properties of these things force us to think of them as being separated by the ocean of time. But we know that this ocean does not exist in reality, and we begin to understand how and why the events of one millennium can directly influence the events of another millennium. The hidden activity of events becomes comprehensible to us. We understand that the events must be hidden in order to preserve for us the illusion of time. We know that the events of today were the ideas and feelings of yesterday, and that the events of tomorrow are lying in someone's irritation, in someone's hunger, in someone's suffering, and possibly still more in someone's imagination, in someone's fantasy, in someone's dreams. We know all this, yet nevertheless our positive science obstinately seeks to establish correlations between visible phenomena only, i.e., to regard each visible or physical phenomenon as the effect of some other physical phenomenon only, which is also visible. This tendency to regard everything upon one plane, the unwillingness to recognize anything outside of that plane, horribly narrows our view of life, prevents our grasping it in its eternity, and taken in conjunction with the materialistic attempts to account for the higher as a function of the lower, appears as the principal impediment to the development of our knowledge. The chief cause of the dissatisfaction with science, the complaints about the bankruptcy of science, and its actual bankruptcy in many of its relations. The dissatisfaction with science is perfectly well grounded, and the complaints about its insolvency are entirely just, because science has really entered a cul-de-sac out of which there is no escape, and the official recognition of the fact that the direction it has taken is entirely the wrong one is only a question of time. We may say, not as an assumption, but as an affirmation, that the world of physical phenomena in itself represents the section, as it were, of another world existing right here, and the events of which are proceeding right here, but invisibly to us. There is nothing more miraculous or supernatural than life. Consider the street of a great city in all its details. An enormous diversity of facts will result. But how much is hidden underneath these facts of that which is impossible to see at all? What desires, passions, thoughts, greed, covetousness, how much of the suffering, both petty and great, how much of deceit, falsity, how much of lying, how many invisible thread symphonies, antipathies, interests, bind this street with the entire world, with all the past and with all the future. If we realize this imaginatively, then it will become clear that it is impossible to study the street by which is visible alone. It is necessary to plunge into the depths, the complex and enormous phenomena of the street will not reveal its infinite nomenon, which is bound up both with eternity and with time, with the past and with the future, and with the entire world. Therefore, we have a full right to regard the visible phenomena world as a section of some other infinitely more complex world, manifesting itself at a given moment in the first one. And this world of noumena is infinite and incomprehensible for us, just as the three-dimensional world in all its manifoldness of function is incomprehensible to the two-dimensional being. The nearest approach to truth which is possible for a man is contained in the saying, everything has an infinite variety of meanings, and to know them all is impossible. In other words, truth, as we understand it, i.e., the infinite definition, is possible only in a finite series of phenomena. In an infinite series, it will certainly become its own opposite. Hegel has given utterance to this last thought. Every idea extended into infinity becomes its own opposite. In this change of meaning is contained the cause of the incomprehensibility to man of the nominal world. The substance of a thing, i.e., the thing in itself, contains an infinite quantity of meanings and functions of something which is impossible to grasp with our mind. And in addition to this, it involves a change of meaning of one and the same thing. In one meaning, it represents an enormous whole, including within itself a great number of things. In another meaning, it is an insignificant part of a great whole. Our mind cannot bind all this into one. Therefore, the substance of a thing recedes from us according to the measure of our knowledge, just as a shadow flees before us. Light on the path says, you will never enter the light, but you will never touch... Light on the path says, you will enter the light, but you will never touch the flame. This means that all knowledge is relative. We can never grasp all the meaning of anything, any one thing, because in order to grasp them all, it is necessary for us to grab the whole world with all the variety of meanings contained in it. The principal difference between the phenomenal and nominal aspects of the world is contained in the fact that the first one is always limited, always finite. It includes those properties of a given thing which we can generally know as phenomena. The second, or nominal aspect, is always unlimited, always infinite, and we can never say where the hidden functions and the hidden meanings of a given thing end. Properly speaking, they end nowhere. They may vary infinitely, i.e., may seem various, ever new from some new standpoint, but they cannot utterly vanish any more than they can cease, come to an end. All that is highest to which we shall come in the understanding of the meaning, the significance of the soul of any phenomenon, will again have another meaning from another, still higher standpoint and still broader generalization, and there is no end to it. And this is the majesty and the horror of infinity. Let us also remember that the world as we know it does not represent anything stable. It must change with the slightest change in the foams of our knowledge. Phenomena which appear to us as unrelated can be seen by some other more inclusive consciousness as parts of a single whole. Phenomena which appear to us as similar may reveal themselves as entirely different. Phenomena which appears to us as complete and indivisible may be in reality exceedingly complex, may include within themselves different elements, having nothing in common. And all these together may be one whole in a category quite incomprehensible to us. Therefore, beyond our view of things, another view is possible, a view, as it were, from another world, from over there, from the other side. Now, over there does not mean some other place, but a new method of knowledge, a new understanding. And should we regard phenomena not as isolated, but bound together with intercrossing chains of things and events, we would begin to regard them not from over here, but from over there. Chapter 14. The Voices of Stones. The wall of a church and the wall of a prison. The mast of a ship and a gallows. The shadow of a hangman and of an ascetic. Yeah. The soul of a hangman and of an ascetic. The different combinations of known phenomena in higher space. The relationship of phenomena which appear unrelated and the difference between phenomena which appear similar. How shall we approach the nominal world? The understanding of things outside the categories of space and time. The reality of many figures of speech. The occult understanding of energy. The letter of a Hindu occultist. Art as the knowledge of the nominal world. What we see and what we do not see. Plato's dialogue about the cavern. It seems to us that we see something and understand something, but in reality, all that proceeds around us we sense only very confusedly, just as a snail scents confusedly the sunlight, the darkness, and the rain. Sometimes in things we sense confusedly their difference in function, i.e., their real difference. On one occasion, I was crossing the Nevo with one of my friends, A, with whom I happened to have had many conversations upon the themes touched on in this book. We had been talking, but both fell silent as we approached the fortress, gazing up at its walls and making probably the same reflection. Right there are also factory chimneys, said A. Behind the walls of the fortress indeed appeared some brick chimneys blackened by smoke. On his saying this, I too sensed the difference between the chimneys and the prison walls with unusual clearness, and like an electric shock, I realized the difference between the very bricks themselves, and it seemed to me that A realized this difference also. Later in conversation with A, I recalled this episode, and he told me that not only then, but always, he sensed these differences and was deeply convinced of their reality. Positivism assures itself that a stone is a stone and nothing more, he said, but any simple woman or child knows perfectly that a stone from the wall of a church and one from a prison wall are different things. It seems to me also that in considering a given phenomenon in connection with all the chains of sequences of which it is a link, we shall see that the subjective sensation of the difference between two physically similar objects, which we are accustomed to think of only as poetic expression, metaphor, and the reality of which we deny, is entirely real. We shall see that these objects are really different, just as different as the candle and the coin, which appear as similar circles, moving lines, in the two-dimensional world of the plain man. We shall see that things of the same material constitution, but different in their functions, are really different, and that this difference goes so deep as to make different the very material which is physically the same. There are differences in stone, in wood, in iron, in paper, with no chemistry will ever detect, but these differences exist, and there are men who feel and understand them. The mast of a ship, a gallows, a crucifix, at a crossroads on the steeps. These may be made of the same kind of wood, but in reality they are different objects made of different material. That which we see, touch, investigate is nothing more than the circles on the plane, made by the coin and the candle. They are only the shadows of real things, the substance of which is contained in their function. The shadow of a sailor, of a hangman, and of an ascetic, aesthetic, may be quite similar. It is impossible to distinguish them by their shadows, just as it is impossible to find any difference between the wood of a mast, of a gallows, and of a cross by chemical analysis. But they are different men and different objects. Their shadows only are equal and similar. And if we take men as we know them, the sailor, the hangman, the aesthetic, men who seem to us similar and equal, and consider them from the standpoint of their differences in function, we shall see that the reality they are entirely different, and that there is nothing in common between them. They are quite different beings, belonging in different categories to different planes of the world between which there are no bridges, no avenues at all. These men seem to us equal and similar because in most cases we see only the shadows of real facts. The souls of these men are actually quite different not only in their quality, their magnitude, their age, as some people like now to put it, but as different in very nature, origin, and purpose of their existence as things belonging to entirely different categories can be. When we shall begin to understand this, the general concept of man will take on a different meaning, and this relation holds in the observation of all phenomena. The mast, the gallows, the cross, these are things belonging to such different categories, the atoms of such different objects, known only by their functions, that there cannot be a question of any similarity at all. Our misfortune consists in the fact that we regard the chemical constitution of things as its most real attribute, while as a matter of fact its true attributes must be sought for in its functions. Could we broaden and deepen our vision of the chains of causation, the links of which are forged by our action and our conduct? Could we learn to see them not only in their narrow relation to the life of man, to our personal life, but in their broad cosmical meaning? Could we succeed in finding and establishing a connection between the simple phenomena of our life and the life of the cosmos, then without a doubt in these simplest phenomena would be unveiled for us an infinity of the new and the unexpected. For example, in this way we may come to know something entirely new about those simple physical phenomena which we are accustomed to regard as natural and obvious, and about which we think we know something. Then, unexpectedly, we may find that we know nothing, that everything heretofore known about them is only an incorrect deduction from incorrect premises. There may be revealed to us something infinitely greater and immeasurably important to such phenomena as the expansion and contraction of solids, electrical phenomena, heat, light, sound, the movements of the planets, the the coming of day and of night, the change of seasons, the thunderstorm, heat lightning, etc., etc. Generally speaking, we may find explained in the most unexpected manner the properties of phenomena which we used to accept as given things, as not containing anything within themselves that we could not see and understand. The constancy, the time, the period. Some of these words, man, and they're easy too. I just have trouble. Let me try it again. The constancy, the time, the periodicity or unperiodicity of phenomena may take on quite a new meaning and significance for us. The new and the unexpected may reveal itself in the transition of some phenomena into others. Birth, death, the life of a man, his relations with other men, love, enmity, sympathies, antipathies, desires, passions, these may unexpectedly receive illumination by an entirely new light. It is impossible now to imagine the nature of this newness which we shall sense in familiar things, and once felt it will be difficult to understand. But it is really only our ineptitude to feel and understand this newness which divides us from it, because we are living in it and amidst it. Our senses, however, are too primitive, our concepts are too crude for that fine differentiation, I can't say that word. It's been a long week. Differentiation of phenomena which must unfold itself to us in higher space. Our minds, our powers, our correlation and association are insufficiently elastic for the grasping of new relations. Therefore, the first emotion at the rising of the curtain on that world, i.e., this our world, but free of those limitations under which we usually regard it, must be of wonderment. And this wonderment must grow greater and greater according to our better acquaintance with it. And the better we know a certain thing or a certain relation of things, the nearer, the more familiar they are to us, the greater will be our wonder at the new and unexpected therein revealed. Desiring to understand the nominal world, we must search for the hidden meaning in everything. At present, we are too heavily enchained by the habit of the positivistic method of searching always for the visible cause and the visible effect. Under this weight of positivistic habit, it is extremely difficult for us to comprehend certain ideas. Among other things, we have difficulty in understanding the reality of the difference in the nominal world between objects of our world which are similar but different in function. But if we desire to approach to an understanding of the nominal world, we must try with all our might to notice all those seeming subjective differences between objects which astonish us sometimes, of which we are often painfully aware, those differences expressed in the symbols and metaphors of art, which are often revelations of the world of reality. Such differences are the realities of the nominal world, far more real than all the Maya illusion of our phenomena. We should endeavor to notice these realities and to develop within ourselves the ability to feel them, because exactly in this manner and only by such a method do we put ourselves in contact with the nominal world, or the world of causes. I find an interesting example of the understanding of the hidden meaning of phenomena contained in the occult world in the letter of a Hindu occultist to the author of the book A.P. Sennett. We see a vast difference between the two qualities of two equal amounts of energy expended by two men, of whom one, let us suppose, is on his way to his daily quiet work, and another on his way to denounce a fellow creature at the police station. While the men of science see none, and we, not they, see a specific difference between the energy in the motion of the wind and that of a revolving wheel. Every thought of man upon being evolved passes into the inner world and becomes an active entity by associating itself, coalescing, we might term it, with an elemental. That is to say, with one of the semi-intelligent forces of the kingdom. If we ignore the last part of this quotation for the moment and consider only the first part, we shall easily see that the man of science does not recognize the difference in the quality of the energy spent by the two men going, one to his work and another to denounce someone. For the man of science, this difference is negligible. Science does not sense it and does not recognize it. But perhaps the difference is much deeper and consists not in the difference between modes of energy, but in the difference between men. One whom is able to develop energy of one sort and another that of a different sort. Now we have a form of knowledge which senses this difference perfectly, knows and understands it. I am speaking of art. The musician, the painter, the sculptor well understand that it is possible to walk differently, and even impossible not to walk differently. A workman and a spy cannot walk alike. Better than all, the actor understands this, or at least he should understand it better. The poet understands that the mast of a ship, the gallows, and the cross are made of different wood. He understands the difference between the stone from a church wall and the stone from a prison wall. He hears the voices of stones, understands the whisperings of ancient walls, the tumuli of mountains, rivers, woods, and plains. He hears the voice of the silence, understands the psychological difference between silences, knows that one silence can differ from another, and this poetical understanding of the world should be developed, strengthened, and fortified, because only by its aid do we come in contact with the true world of reality. In the real world, behind phenomena which appear to us similar, often stands noumena, so different that only by our blindness is it possible to account for our idea of the similarity of those phenomena. Through such a false idea, the current belief in the similarity and equality of men must have arisen. In reality, the difference between a hangman, a sailor, and an aesthetic, I think that's the word, is not an accidental difference of position, state, and heredity, as materialism tries to assure us, nor is it a difference between the stages of one and the same evolution, as theosophy affirms, but it is a deep and impassable difference, such as exists between murder, work, and prayer, involving entirely different worlds. The representatives of these worlds may seem to us to be similar men only because we see not them, but their shadows only. It is necessary to accustom oneself to the thought that this difference is not metaphysical, but entirely real, more real than many visible differences between things and between phenomena. All art, in essence, consists of the understanding and representation of these elusive differences. The phenomenal world is merely a means for the artist, just as colors are for the painter and sounds for the musician, a means for the understanding of the nominal world and for the expression of that understanding. At the present stage of our development, we possess nothing so powerful as an instrument of knowledge of the world of causes as art. The mystery of life dwells in the fact that the nomenon, i.e., the hidden meaning and the hidden function of a thing, is reflected in its phenomenon. A phenomenon is merely the reflection of a nomenon in our sphere. The phenomenon is the image of the nomenon. It is possible to know that the nomenon by the phenomenon, but in this field the chemical reagents and spectroscopes can accomplish nothing. Only that fine apparatus which is called the soul of an artist can understand and feel the reflection of the nomenon in the phenomenon. In art, it is necessary to study occultism, the hidden side of life. The artist must be a clairvoyant. He must see that which others do not see. He must be a magician, must possess the powers to make others see that which they do not themselves see, but which he does see. Art sees more and farther than we do. As was said before, we usually see nothing, we merely feel our way. Therefore, we do not notice those differences between things which cannot be expressed in terms of chemistry or physics. But art is the beginning of vision. It sees vastly more than the most perfect apparatus can discover, and it senses the infinite invisible facets of that crystal, one facet of which we call man. The truth is that this earth is the scene of a drama of which we only perceive scattered portions, and in which the greater number of the actors are invisible to us. Thus says the theosophical writer Mabel Collins, the author of Light on the Path, in a little book, Illusions. And this is very true. We see only a little, but art sees farther than merely human sight, and therefore concerning certain sides of life, art alone can speak, and has the right to speak. A remarkable attempt to portray our relation to the nominal world, to that great life, is found in book 7 of Plato's Republic. Behold, human beings living in a sort of underground den. They have been there from their childhood, and have their legs and necks chained. The chains are arranged in such a manner as to prevent them from turning around their heads. At a distance above and behind them, the light of a fire is blazing, and between the fire and the prisoners there is a raised way, and you will see, if you look, a low wall built along the way, like the screen which marionette players have before them, over which they show the puppets. Imagine men passing along the wall carrying vessels which appear over the wall, also figures of men and animals made of wood, stone, and various materials, and some of the passengers, as you would expect, are talking, and some of them are silent. That is a strange image, he said, and they are strange prisoners. Like ourselves, I replied, and they see only their own shadows, or the shadows of one another, which the fire throws on the opposite wall of the cave. True, he said. How could they see anything but the shadows if they were never allowed to move their heads? Of the objects which are being carried in like manner, they would only see the shadows? Yes, he said. And if they were able to talk with one another, would they not suppose that they were naming what was actually before them? Very true. And suppose further that the prison had an echo which came from the other side, would they not be sure to fancy that the voice which they heard was that of a passing shadow? No question, he replied. There can be no question, I said, that the truth would be to them just nothing but the shadows of the images. That is certain. And now look again and see how they are released and cured of their folly. At first, when any one of them is liberated and compelled suddenly to go up and turn his neck around and walk and look at the light, he will suffer sharp pains, the glare will distress him, and he will be unable to see the realities of which his former state he had seen the shadows. And then imagine someone saying to him that what he saw before was an illusion, but that now he is approaching real being and has a truer sight and vision of more real things. What will be his reply? And you may further imagine that his instructor is pointing to the objects as they pass and requiring him to name them. Will he not be in a difficulty? Will he not fancy that the shadows which he formerly saw are truer than the objects which are now shown to him? Far truer. And if he is compelled to look at the light, will he not have a pain in his eyes which will make him turn away to take refuge in the object of vision which he can see, and which he will conceive to be clearer than the things which are now being shown to him? True, he said. And suppose once more that he is reluctantly dragged up a steep and rugged ascent, and held fast and forced into the presence of the sun himself. Do you not think that he will be pained and irritated, and when he approaches the light he will have his eyes dazzled, and will not be able to see any of the realities which are now affirmed to be the truth? Not all in a moment, he said. He will require to get accustomed to the sight of the upper world. And first he will see the shadows best, next the reflections of men and other objects in the water, and then the objects themselves. Next he will gaze upon the light of the moon and the stars, and he will see the sky and the stars by night, better than the sun, or the light of the sun by day. Certainly. And at last he will be able to see the sun, and not merely reflections of him in the water, but he will see him as he is in his own proper place, and not in another, and he will contemplate his nature. Certainly. And after this he will reason that the sun is he who gives the seasons and the years, and is the guardian of all that is in the visible world, and in a certain way the cause of all things which he and his fellows have been accustomed to behold. Clearly, he said, he would come to the other first, and to this afterwards. And when he remembered his old habitation, and the wisdom of the den and his fellow prisoners, do you not suppose that he would felicitate himself on the change, and pity them? Certainly he would. And if they were in the habit of conferring honors on those who were quickest to observe and remember and foretell which of the shadows went before, and which followed after, and which were together, do you think that he would care for such honors and glories, or envy the possessors of them? Would he not say with Homer, "Better to be a poor man and have a poor master, and endure anything, than to think you live after their manner"? Yes, he said, I think that he would rather suffer anything than live after their manner. Imagine once more, I said, that such an one coming suddenly out of the sun were to be replaced in his old situation. Is he not certain to have his eyes full of darkness? Very true, he said. And if there were a contest, and he had to compete in measuring the shadows with the prisoners who have never moved out of the den during the time that his sight is weak, and before his eyes are steady, and the time which would be needed to acquire this new habit of sight might be very considerable, would he not be ridiculous? Men would say to him that up he went and down he comes without his eyes, and that there was no use even in thinking of ascending. And if anyone tried to lose another and lead him up to the light, let them only catch the offender in the act, and they would put him to death. No question, he said. This allegory, I said, you may now append to the previous argument. The prison is the world of sight. The light of the fire is the sun. The ascent and vision of the things above you may truly regard as the upward progress of the soul into the intellectual world. And you will understand that those who attain to this beatific vision are unwilling to descend to human affairs, but their souls are ever hastening into the upper world in which they desire to dwell. And is there anything surprising in one who passes from divine contemplations to human things, misbehaving himself in a ridiculous manner? There is nothing surprising in that, he replied. Anyone who has common sense will remember that the bewilderments of the eyes are of two kinds and arise from two causes, either from coming out of the light or from going into the light, which is true of the mind's eye quite as much as the bodily eye. And he who remembers this when he sees the soul of anyone whose vision is perplexed and weak will not be too ready to laugh. He will first ask whether the soul has come out of the brighter life and is unable to see because unaccustomed to the dark, or if having turned from the darkness to the day is dazzled by excess of light. And then he will count one happy in his condition and state of being. Chapter 15. Cultism and love and death, are different relations to the problems of death, and to the problems of love. What is lacking in our understanding of love? Love as an everyday and merely psychological phenomenon. The possibility of a spiritual understanding of love. The creative force of love. The negation of love. Love and mysticism. The wondrous in love. Nietzsche, Edward Carpenter, and Schopenhauer on love. The ocean of sex. There is not a single side of life which is not capable of revealing to us an infinity of the new. Man, it's early. Let me just give me a second. Try to untangle my tongue. There is not a single side of life which is not capable of revealing to us an infinity, it's an easy word, of the new and the unexpected. If we approach it with the knowledge that is not exhausted by its visibility, that beyond the visibility there is a whole invisible world, a world of to us new and incomprehensible forces and relations. The knowledge of the existence of this invisible world, this is the first key to it. A wealth of newness unfolds to us in the most mysterious sides of our existence, in those sides through which we come into direct contact with eternity, in love and in death. In Hindu mythology, love and death are two faces of one deity. Shiva, god of the creative force of nature, is at the same time the god of violent death, of murder and destruction. His wife is Parvati, goddess of beauty, love, and happiness, and she is also Kali, or Durga, goddess of evil, of misfortune, of sickness, and of death. Together, Shiva and Kali are the gods of wisdom, the gods of the knowledge of good and evil. In the beginning of his book, The Dharma of Love and Death, Edward Carpenter very well defines our relation to these deeply incomprehensible and enigmatical sides of existence. Love and death move through this world of ours like things apart, underrunning it truly and everywhere present, yet seeming to belong to some other mode of existence. And further, these figures, love and death, move through the world like closest friends indeed, never far separate and together, dominating it in a kind of triumphant superiority, and yet like bitterest enemies, dodging each other's footsteps, undoing each other's work, fighting for the bodies and the souls of mankind. In these few words is shown the contents of the enigma which confronts us, encompasses us, creates and annihilates us. But man's relation to the two aspects of this enigma is not identical. Strange as it may seem, the face of death has ever been more attractive to the mystical imagination of men than the face of love. There have always been many attempts to understand and to define the hidden meaning of death. All religions, all religious doctrines begin with giving to man this or that idea about death. It is impossible to construct any system of world contemplation without some definition of death, and there are numerous systems which, as contemporary Spiritism, which consists almost entirely of views upon death, of doctrines about death, and post-mortem existence. In one of his articles, V. Rozanoff observes that all religions consist in substance of teachings about death. But the problem of love, in the contemporary way of looking at the world, is regarded as something given, as something already understood and known. Different systems contribute little that is enlightening to an understanding of love. So although in reality love is for us the same enigma as is death, yet for some strange reason we think about it less. We seem to have developed a certain cut and dried standards in regard to an understanding of love, and men thoughtlessly accept this or that standard. Art, which from its very nature should have much to say on this subject, gives a great deal of attention to love. Love ever has been, and perhaps still is, the principal theme of art. But even art chiefly confines itself merely to descriptions and to psychological analysis of love, seldom touching those infinite and eternal depths which love contains for man. In reality, love is a cosmic phenomenon, in which humanity, are merely accidents, a cosmic phenomenon which has nothing to do with either the lives or the souls of men, any more than because the sun is shining by its light, men may go out about their little affairs and may utilize it for their own purpose. If men would only understand this, even with a part of their consciousness, a new world would open, and to look on life from all our usual angles would become very strange. For then they would understand that love is something else, and of quite a different order from the petty phenomena of early life. Perhaps love is a world of strange spirits who at times take up their abode in men, subduing them to themselves, making them tools for the accomplishment of their inscrutable purposes. Perhaps it is some particular region of the inner world wherein the souls of men sometimes enter, and where they live according to the laws of that world, while their bodies remain on earth, bound by the laws of earth. Perhaps it is an alchemical work of some great master wherein the souls and bodies of men play role of elements, out of which is compounded a philosopher's stone, or an elixir of life, or some mysterious magnetic force necessary to someone for some incomprehensible purpose. Love in relation to our life is a deity, sometimes terrible, sometimes benevolent, but never subservient to us, never consenting to serve our purposes. Men strive to subordinate love to themselves, to wrap it to the use of their everyday mode of life and to their soul's uses, but it is impossible to subordinate love to anything, and is mercilessly revenges itself upon those little mortals who would subordinate God to themselves and make him serve them. It confuses all their calculations and forces them to do things which confound themselves, forcing them to serve itself, to do what it wants. Mistaken about the origin of love, men are mistaken about its result. Positivistic and spiritualistic morality equally recognize in love only one possible result: children, the propagation of the species. But this object result, which may or may not be, is in any case an effect of the outer objective side of love, of the material fact of impregnation. If it is possible to see in love nothing more than this material fact and a desire for it, so be it. But in reality, love consists not at all in the material fact, and the result of it, except material ones, may manifest themselves on quite another plane. This other plane, upon which love acts, and the ignored, hidden results of love, are not difficult to understand, even from the strictly positivistic scientific standpoint. The science, which studies life from this side, the purpose of love, is the continuation of life. More exactly, love is a link in the chain of facts supporting the continuation of life. The force which attracts the two sexes to each other is acting in the interest of the continuation of the species, and accordingly created by the forms of the continuation of the species. But we regard love in this way, if we regard love in this way, then it is impossible not to recognize that there is much more of this force than is necessary. Herein lies the key to the correct understanding of the true nature of love. There is more of this force than is necessary, infinitely more. In reality, only an infinitesimal part of love's force incarnate in humanity is utilized for the purpose of the continuation of the species. But where does the major part of that force go? We know that nothing can be lost. If energy exists, then it must transform itself into something. Now, if a merely negligible percentage of energy goes into the creation of the future by begetting, then the remainder must go into the creation of the future also, but in another way. We have in the physical world many cases in which the direct function is affected by a very small percentage of the consumed energy, and the greater part is spent without return, as it were. But of course, this greater part of energy does not disappear, is not wasted, but accomplishes other results quite different from the direct function. Take the example of a common candle. It gives light, but it also gives considerably more heat than light. Light is the direct function of a candle, heat the indirect, but we get more heat than light. A candle is a furnace adapted to the purpose of lighting. In order to give light, a candle must burn. Combustion is a necessary condition for the receiving of light from a candle. It is impossible to ignore this combustion, but the same combustion gives heat. At first thought, it appears that the heat from the candle is spent unproductively. Sometimes it is superfluous, unpleasant, annoying. If a room is lighted by candles, it will soon grow excessively hot. But the fact remains that light is received from a candle only because of combustion, by the development of heat and incandescent of volatilized gases. The same thing is true in the case of love. We may say that a merely negligible part of love's energy goes into posterity. The greater part is spent by the fathers and mothers on their personal emotions, as it were. But this also is necessary. Without this expenditure, the principal thing could not be achieved. Only because of these at first sight collateral results of love, only because of all the tempest of emotions, feelings, effervescences, desires, thoughts, dreams, fantasies, inner creations, only because of the beauty which it creates can love fulfill its immediate function. Moreover, and this perhaps is the most important, the superfluous energy is not wasted at all, but is transformed into other forms of energy, possible to discover. Generally speaking, the significance of the indirect results may very often be of more importance than the significance of direct ones. And since we are able to trace how the energy of love transforms itself into instincts, ideas, creative forces on different planes of life, into symbols of art, song, music, poetry, so can we easily imagine how the same energy may transform itself into a higher order of intuition, into a higher consciousness, which will reveal to us a marvelous and mysterious world. In all living nature, and perhaps also in that which we consider as dead, love is the motive force which drives the creative activity in the most diverse directions. In springtime, with the first awakening of love's emotions, the birds begin to sing and build nests. Of course, a positivist would strive to explain all this very simply. Singing acts as an attraction between the females and the males and so forth. But even a positivist will not be in a position to deny that there is a good deal more of this singing than is necessary for the continuation of a species. For a positivist, indeed, singing is merely an accident, a byproduct. But in reality, it may be that this singing is the principal function of a given species, the realization of its existence, the purpose pursued by nature in creating this species, and that this singing is necessary, not so much to attract the females as for some general harmony of nature which we only rarely and imperfectly sense. Thus, in this case, we observe that what appears to be collateral function of love from the standpoint of the individual may serve as a principal function of the species. Furthermore, there are no fledglings as yet. There is even no intimation of them. But intimation, that's right. There is even no intimation of them. But homes are prepared for them nevertheless. Love inspires this orgy of activity, and instinct directs it, because it is expedient from the standpoint of the species. At the first awakening of love, this work begins. One and the same desire creates a new generation and those conditions under which this new generation will live. One and the same desire urges forward creativity, activity in all directions, brings the pair closer together for the birth of a new generation, and makes them build and create for this future generation. We observe the same thing in the world of men. There too, love is the creative force, and the creative activity of love does not manifest itself in one direction only, but in many ways. It is indeed probable that by the spur of love, eros, humanity is aroused to the fulfillment of its principal function, of which we know nothing, but only at times by glimpses hazily perceived. But even without reference to the purpose of the existence of humanity, within the limits of the knowable, we must recognize that all the creative activity of humanity results from love. Our entire world revolves around love as its center. Love unfolds in a human being traits of his which he never knew in himself. In love there is much both of the Stone Age and of the witches' Sabbath. By anything less than love, many men cannot be induced to commit a crime, to be guilty of a treason, to reanimate in themselves such feelings as they thought to have killed out long ago. In love is hidden an infinity of egoism, vanity, and selfishness. Love is the potent force that tears off all masks, and men who run away from love do so in order that they may preserve their masks. If creation, the birth of ideas, is the light which comes from love, then this light comes from a great fire. In this eternally burning fire in which humanity and all the world are being incessantly purified, all the forces, the human spirit, and of genus are being evolved and refined, and perhaps indeed from the same fire or by its aid a new force will arise, which shall deliver from the chains of matter all who follow where it leads. Speaking not figuratively, but literally, it may be said that love, being the most powerful of all emotions, unveils in the soul of man all its qualities, patent and latent. And it may also unfold those new potencies which even now constitute the object of occultism and mysticism. The development of powers in the human soul so deeply hidden that by the majority of men their very existence is denied. In the majority of cases, love, as it exists in modern life, has become a trifling array of feelings, of sensations. It is difficult, in the conditions which govern life in the world, to imagine such a love as will not interfere with mystical aspirations. Temples of love and the mystical celebration of love's mysteries exist in reality no longer. There is the everyday manner of life, and psychological labyrinths from which those who rise a little above the ordinary level can only desire to run away. For this reason, certain fine forms of asceticism, asceticism, are developing quite naturally. This asceticism does not slander love, does not blaspheme against it, does not try to convince itself that love is an abomination from which it is necessary to run away. It is Platonism rather than asceticism. It recognizes that love is the sun, but often does not see its way to live in the sunlight, and so considers it better not to see the sun at all, to divine it in the soul only, rather than receive its light through darkened and smoked glass. In general, however, love represents for men too great an enigma, and often the denial of love and asceticism takes a strange and unnatural forms. Even with persons who are quite sincere, but unable to understand the great mystical aspect of love, when one encounters these perversions of love, one involuntarily calls to mind the words of Zarathustra. Voluptuousness unto all hair-shirted despisers of the body, a string and stake, and cursed as the world by all backworldsmen, for it mocketh and befooleth all erring, misinferring teachers. Voluptuousness to the rabble, the slow fire at which it is burnt, to all wormy wood, to all stinking rags, the prepared heat and stew furnace. Voluptuousness to free hearts, a thing innocent and free, the garden happiness of the earth, all the future's thanks overflowed to the present. Voluptuousness only to the withered, a sweet poison, to the lion-willed, however, the great cordial, and the reverently saved wine of wines. Voluptuousness, the great symbolic happiness of a higher happiness and highest hope. For to many is marriage promised, and more than marriage, to many that are more unknown to each other than man and woman, and who hath fully understood how unknown to each other are man and woman. I have dwelt so long on the subject of the understanding of love because it has the most vital significance, because to the majority of men approaching the threshold of the great mystery, much is closed or open to them in this way, and because for many this question represents the greatest obstacle. In love, the most important element is that which is not, which absolutely does not exist from the usual worldly materialistic point of view. In this sensing of that which is not, and in the contact through it with the world of the wondrous, i.e., truly real, consists the principal element of love in human life. It is a well-known psychological fact that in moments of powerful emotion, a great joy or great suffering, everything happening around about a man seems to him unreal, a dream. This is the beginning of the soul's awakening. When a man in a dream begins to be conscious of the fact that he is asleep and that what he sees is a dream, then he is waking up. So also the soul, beginning to be conscious of the fact that all visible life is a dream, approaches its awakening. And the more powerful, the brighter the inner emotions are, so much the more quickly will the moment of consciousness of the unreality of life come. It is very interesting to consider love and men's relation to love in the light of that method and those analogies which we have already applied to the comparative study of different dimensions. Again, it is necessary to imagine a world of plane beings, observing phenomena entering their plane from another unknowable world, such as the change of the colors of lines on a plane, in reality depending upon the rotation through the plane of a wheel with many colored spokes. The plane beings believe that the phenomena arise within the limits of their plane, from causes also belonging to the same plane, and that they are finished there. Also, all similar phenomena are to them identical, such as two circles which in reality belong to two entirely different objects. On this foundation they erect their science and their morality. Yet, if they would decide to discard their own two-dimensional psychology and try to understand the true substance of these phenomena, then with the aid and by means of these phenomena they could serve their connection with their plane, arise, fly above it, and discover a great unknown world. The question of love holds exactly the same place in our life. Only he who can see considerably beyond the facts discerns love's real meaning, and it is possible to illumine these very facts by the light of that which lies behind them. And he who is able to see beyond the facts begins to discern much of the newness in love and through love. I shall quote in this connection a poem in prose by Edward Carpenter from the book Towards Democracy. The Ocean of Sex. To hold in continence the great sea, the great ocean of sex within one, with flux and reflux, pressing on the bounds of the body, the beloved genitals, vibrating, swaying, emotional to the star glint of the eyes of all human beings, reflecting heaven and all creatures. How wonderful. Scarcely a figure, male or female, approaches, but a tremor travels across it. And when on the cliff which bounds the edge of a pond someone moves, then the bowels of the water also there is a mirrored movement. So on the edge of this ocean, the glory of the human form, ever faintly outlined under the trees or by the shore, convulses it with far reminiscences. Yet strong and solid the sea banks, not lightly overpassed, till maybe to the touch, to the approach, to the incantation of the eyes of one, page 175. It bursts forth uncontrollable, oh, wonderful ocean of sex. Ocean of millions and millions of tiny seed-like humans, forms contained, if they be truly contained, within each person. Mirror of the very universe. Sacred temple and innermost shrine of each body. ocean river flowing ever on through the great trunk and branches of humanity, from which, after all, the individual only springs like a leaf bud. Ocean, which we so wonderfully contain, if indeed we do not contain thee, and yet who containest us. Sometimes when I feel I know thee within, and identify myself with thee, do I understand that I also am of the dateless brood of heaven and eternity. Returning to that from which I started, the relation between the fundamental laws of our existence, love and death, the true mutual correlation of which remains enigmatical and incomprehensible to us, I shall merely recall Schopenhauer's words with which he ends his counsels and maxims. I should point out how beginning and end meet together, and how closely and intimately Eros is connected with death, how Orcus, or Amethys, as the Egyptians called him, is not only the receiver, but the giver of all things. Death is the great reservoir of life. Everything comes from Orcus. Everything that is alive now, and was once there. Could we but understand the great trick by which that is done, all the world would be clear. Sorry, it's been a minute on this one. I recorded it, but it didn't record, and I was really pissed. So if you see me looking up, I'm making sure it's still going, because I don't want that to happen again. Anyways, chapter 16, the phenomenal and nominal side of man. Man in himself. How do we know the inner side of man? Can we know the existence of consciousness in conditions of space not analogous to ours? Brain and consciousness. Unity of the world. Logical impossibility of the simultaneous existence of spirit and matter. Either the spirit or all matter. Rational and irrational actions in nature and in the life of man. Can rational actions exist alongside irrational? The world as an accidentally self-created mechanical toy. The impossibility of reason in a mechanical universe. The irreconcilability of mechanicalness with the existence of reason. Kant concerning hosts. Spinoza on the knowledge of the invisible world. Necessity for the intellectual definition of that which can be and that which cannot be in the world of the hidden. We know what man is only imperfectly. Our conceptions regarding him are extremely fallacious and easily create new illusions. First of all, we are inclined to regard man as a certain unity, and to regard the different parts and functions of man as being bound together and dependent upon one another. Moreover, in the physical apparatus, in man visible, we see the cause of all his properties and actions. In reality, man is a very complicated something, and complicated in various meanings of the word. Many sides of the life of a man are not bound together among themselves at all, or are bound only by the fact that they belong to one man. But the life of man goes on simultaneously on different planes, as it were, while the phenomena of one plane only at times and partially touch those of another, and may not themselves touch at all, and the relations of the same man to various sides of himself and to other men are entirely dissimilar. Man includes within himself all three of the above-mentioned orders of phenomena, i.e., he represents in himself the combination of physical phenomena with those of life and psychic phenomena. And the mutual relations between these three orders of phenomena are infinitely more complex than we are accustomed to think. Psychic phenomena we feel, sense, and are conscious of in ourselves. Physical phenomena and the phenomena of life we observe and make conclusions about on the basis of experience. We do not sense the psychic phenomena of others, i.e., the thoughts, feelings, and desires of another man. But the fact that they exist in him, we conclude from what he says by analogy with ourselves. We know that in ourselves certain actions, certain thoughts, and feelings proceed, and when we observe the same actions in another man, we conclude that he has thought and felt like us. Analogy with ourselves. This is our sole criterion and method of reasoning and drawing conclusions about the psychic life in other men if we cannot communicate with them or do not wish to believe in what they tell us about themselves. Suppose that I should live among men without the possibility of communicating with them and having no way to make conclusions based upon analogy. In that case, I should be surrounded by moving and acting automations, the cause, purpose, and meaning of whose actions would be perfectly incomprehensible to me. Perhaps I would explain their actions by molecular motion, perhaps by the influence of the planets, perhaps by spiritism, i.e., by the influence of spirits, possibly by chance, or by a haphazard combination of causes. But in any case, I should not and could not see the psychic life in the depth of these men's actions. Concerning the existence of thought and feeling, I can usually only conclude by analogy with myself. I know that certain phenomena are connected in me with my possession of thought and feeling. When I see the same phenomena in another man, I conclude that he also possesses thought and feeling, but I cannot convince myself directly of the existence of psychic life in another man. Studying man from one side only, I should stand in the same position in relation to him as, according to Kant, we stand with relation to the world surrounding us. We know merely the form of our knowledge of it. The world in itself we do not know. Thus the psyche, with all the functions and with all the contents, I have two methods: analogy with myself and intercourse with him by the exchange of thoughts. Without this, man is for me a phenomenon, merely a moving automation. The nomenon of man is his psyche, together with everything this psyche includes within itself and that with which it unites him. In man are open to us both worlds, though the nominal world is open only slightly because it is cognized by us through our phenomenal. Nominal means apprehended by the mind, and the characteristic property of the things of the nominal world is that they cannot be comprehended by the same method by which things of the phenomenal world are comprehended. We may speculate about the things of the nominal world. We may discover them by a process of reasoning and by means of analogy. We may feel them and enter into some sort of communion with them, but we can neither see, hear, touch, weigh, measure them, nor can we photograph them or decompose them into chemical elements or number their vibrations. Thus the psyche, with all the functions and with all its contents, thoughts, feelings, desires, will, does not relate itself to the world of phenomena. We cannot know even a single element of the psyche objectively. Emotion, as such, is a thing which it is impossible to see, just as it is impossible to see the value of a coin. You can see the stamp upon a coin, but you will never see its value. It is just as impossible to photograph thought as it is to imagine Egyptian darkness in a vial. To think otherwise, to experiment with the photographing of thought, simply means to be able to think logically. On a photographic record are the tracings of a needle, elevations and depressions, but there is no sound. He who holds a photographic record to his ear, hoping to hear something, will be sure to listen in vain. Including within himself two worlds, the phenomenal and the nominal, man gives us the opportunity to understand in what relation these worlds stand to one another everywhere throughout nature. It is necessary, however, to remember that defining a nomenon in terms of the psyche, we take but one of its infinity of aspects. We have already arrived at the conclusion that the nomenon of the thing consists in its function in another sphere, in its meaning which is incomprehensible in a given section of the world. Next we came to the conclusion that the number of meanings of one and the same thing in different sections of the world must be infinitely greater and infinitely various, that it must become its own opposite, return again to the beginning, from our standpoint, etc., etc., infinitely expanding, contracting again, and so on and so forth. It is necessary to remember that the nomenon and phenomenon are not different things, but merely different aspects of one and the same thing. Thus, each phenomenon is the infinite expression, in the sphere of our knowledge through the organs of sense, of something infinite. A phenomenon is the three-dimensional expression of a given nomenon. This three-dimensionality depends upon the three-dimensional forms of our knowledge, i.e., speaking simply, upon our brains, nerves, eyes, and fingertips. In man, we have found that one side of his nomenon is his psychic life, and that therefore in the psychic lies the beginning of the solution of the riddle of the functions and meanings of man, which are incomprehensible from an outside point of view. What is the psyche of man if it is not his function, incomprehensible in the three-dimensional section of the world? Truly, if we shall study and observe man by all accessible means, objectively, from without, we shall never discover his psyche and shall never define the function of his consciousness. We must first of all become aware of the existence of our own psyche, and then either begin a conversation by signs, gestures, words with another man, begin to exchange thoughts with him, and from his answers deduce the conclusion that he possesses the same thing that we do, or come to the conclusion about it from external indications, actions similar to ours in similar circumstances. By the direct method of objective investigation, without the help of speech or without the help of conclusions based upon analogy, we shall not discover the psyche in another man. That which is inaccessible to the direct method of investigation, but exists, is nominal. Consequently, we shall not be in a position to define the functions and meaning of man in another section of the world than the world of Euclidean geometry, solely accessible to the direct methods of investigation. Therefore, we have a perfect right to regard the psychic man as his function in some section of the world different from that three-dimensional section wherein the body of man functions. Having established this much, we may ask ourselves the question, have we not the right to make a reverse conclusion and regard as a psyche of its own kind the to us unknown function of the world and of things outside of their three-dimensional section? Our usual positivistic view regards psychic life as a function of the brain. Without a brain, we cannot imagine rationally. Max Nordau, when he wanted to imagine the world's consciousness in paradoxes, was obliged to say that we cannot be certain that somewhere in the infinite space of the universe is not repeated on a grandiose scale the same combination of physical and chemical elements as constitutes our brains. This is very characteristic and typical of positive science. Desiring to imagine the world's consciousness, positivism is first of all forced to imagine a gigantic brain. Does not this at once savor of the two-dimensional or plane world? Surely the idea of a gigantic brain somewhere beyond the stars reveals this appalling poverty of impotence and positivistic thought. Though this thought cannot leave its usual grooves, it has no wings for a soaring flight. Let us imagine that some curious inhabitant of Europe in the 17th century should try to foresee the means of transportation in the 20th century, and should picture to himself an enormous stagecoach, large as a hotel, harnessed to 1,000 horses. He would be pretty near to the truth, but also at the same time infinitely far from it. And yet, even in his time, some minds which foresaw along correct lines already existed. Already the idea of the steam engine had been broached, and models were appearing. And thought expressed by Nordau reminds one of a favorite concept of popular philosophy relating to an accidentally caught idea that the planets and satellites of the solar system are merely molecules of some tremendous organism, an insignificant part of which that system represents. Perhaps the entire universe is located on the tip of the little finger of some great being, says such a philosophizer, and perhaps our molecules are also worlds. The deuce! Perhaps on my little finger there are several universes too, and such a philosophizer gets frightened. But all such reasonings are merely the gigantic stagecoach over again. This is the way a little girl thought about whom I was reading, if I mistake not, in the Theosophical Review. The girl was sitting near the fireplace, and beside her slept a cat. Well, the eat is sleeping, the girl reflected. Perhaps she sees in a dream that she is not a cat, but a little girl. And why does it say that? It says eat. I think it's supposed to be cat. Well, the cat is sleeping, the girl reflected. Perhaps she sees in a dream that she is not a cat, but a little girl. And maybe I am not a little girl at all, but a cat, and only see in a dream that I am a little girl. The next moment the house resounds with a violent cry, and the parents of the little girl have a hard time to convince her that she is not a cat, but really a little girl. All this shows that it is necessary to philosophize with a certain amount of skill. Our thought is encompassed by many blind alleys, and positivism always attempts to apply the rule of proportion, is in itself such a blind alley. Our analysis of phenomena, the relation which we have shown to exist between physical phenomena and those of life and of the psyche, permits us to assert quite definitely the psychic phenomena cannot be a function of physical phenomena, or phenomena of a lower order. We establish that the higher cannot be a function of the lower, and this division into the higher and lower is also based upon the clear fact of the different potentialities of various orders of phenomena, of the different amount of latent force contained in them or liberated by them. And of course we have the right to call those phenomena the higher, which possess immeasurably greater potentiality, immeasurably more latent force, and to call those the lower, which possess less potentiality, less latent force. The phenomena of life are the higher in comparison with physical phenomena. Psychic phenomena are the higher in comparison with the phenomena of life and physical phenomena, which must be the function of which is clear. Without making a palpable logical mistake, we cannot declare life and the psyche to be dependent functionally upon physical phenomena, i.e., be a result of physical phenomena. The truth is quite the opposite of this. Everything forces us to recognize physical phenomena as the result of life, and life, in a biological sense, as the result of some form of psychic life, which is perhaps unknown to us. But of which life and of which psyche? Here lies the question. Of course, it would be absurd to regard our planetary sphere as a function of the vegetable and animal life proceeding upon it, and the visible stellar universe as a function of the human psyche. But nothing of this sort is meant. In the occult understanding of things, we speak always of another life and another psyche, the particular manifestation of which is our life and our psyche. It is important to establish the general principle that physical phenomena, being the lower, depend upon the phenomena of life and of the psyche, which are higher. If we admit this principle as established, then it is possible to proceed further. First question which arises is this: in what relation does the psychic life of man stand to his body and his brain? The first question which arises is this, in which, oh, sorry, I just read that. The first question which arises is this, in what relation does the psychic life of man stand to his body and his brain? This question has been answered differently in different times. Psychic life has been regarded as a direct function of the brain. Thought is the motion of brain substance. Thus, of course, denying any possibility of thought without the existence of a brain. Then followed an attempt to establish a parallelism between psychic activity and the activity of the brain. But the nature of this parallelism has always remained obscure. Yes, evidently, the brain works parallel to thinking and feeling, and arrestment of or a disorder of the activity of the brain brings as a consequence a visible arrestment of disorder of psychic activity. But after all, the activity of the brain is merely motion, i.e., an objective phenomenon, whereas the activity of the psychic is a phenomenon objectively undefinable, and at the same time more powerful than anything objective. How shall we reconcile all this? Let us endeavor to consider the activity of the brain and the activity of the psyche from the standpoint of the existence of those two data, the world and consciousness, accepted by us at the very beginning. If we consider the brain from the standpoint of consciousness, then the brain will be part of the world, i.e., part of the outer world lying outside of consciousness. Therefore, the psyche and the brain are different things, but the psyche, as experience and observation shows, can act only through the brain. The brain is that necessary prism passing through which part of the psyche manifests itself to us as intellect. Or to put it a little differently, the brain is a mirror reflecting psychic life in our three-dimensional section of the world. The last means that in our three-dimensional section of the world, not all of the psyche, the true dimensions of which we do not know, is acting, but only so much of it as can be reflected in the brain. It is clear that if the mirror be broken, then the image will be broken too, or if the mirror be injured or imperfect, then the reflection will be blurred or distorted. But there is absolutely no reason to believe that when the mirror is broken, the object which it reflects is thereby destroyed, i.e., psychic life in the given case. The psyche cannot suffer from any disorder of the brain, but the manifestations of it may suffer very much, or may even disappear from the field of our observation altogether. Therefore, it is clear that a disorder in the activity of the brain causes an enfeeblement or a distortion, or even a complete disappearance of the psychic faculties manifesting in our sphere. The idea of the comparison between the three-dimensional body and a four-dimensional one enables us to affirm that not all the psychic activity goes through the brain, but a part of it only. Each of us is in reality an abiding physical entity far more extensive than he knows, an individuality which can never express itself completely through any corporal manifestation. The self manifests through the organism, but there is always some part of the self unmanifested. The positivist will remain unconvinced. He will say, "Prove to me that thought can act without a brain, then I will believe it." I shall answer him by the question, what, in the given case, will constitute a proof? There are no proofs, and there cannot be any. The existence of psyche without a brain, without a body, if that be possible, is for us a fact which cannot be proven like a physical fact. And if my opponent will reason sincerely, then he will be convinced that there can be no proof, because he himself has no means of being convinced of the existence of a psyche acting independently of a brain. Let us assume that the thought of a dead man i.e., of a man whose brain has ceased to act, continues to function. How can we convince ourselves of this? By no possible means whatever. We have means of communication, speech and writing, with beings which are in conditions similar to our own, i.e., acting through brains concerning the existence of the psyche of those same beings, we can conclude by analogy with ourselves, but concerning the existence of psychic life of other beings, whether they do or they do not exist is immaterial. We cannot by ordinary means convince ourselves that they exist. It is exactly this that gives us a key to the understanding of the true relation of psychic life to the brain. Our psyche being a reflection from the brain, we can observe only the reflections which are similar to itself. We have before established that we can make conclusions concerning the psychic life of other beings from the exchange of thoughts with them and from analogies with ourselves. Now we may add to this that for this very reason we can know only about the existence of psychic lives similar to our own, and we cannot know any other at all, whether they exist or not, unless we ourselves enter their plane. Should we ever realize our psychic life, not only as it is reflected from a brain, but in a condition more universal, simultaneously with this the possibility would open up of discovering beings with a psychic life independent of the brain analogical to ourselves, if such exist in nature. But do such beings exist or not? How can we gain information on this point with our thought such as it is now? Observing the world from our standpoint, we perceive in it actions proceeding from rational conscious causes, which, such as the work of a man seems to us, and other actions proceeding from the unconscious, blind forces of nature, such as the movement of waves, the ebbing and flowing of the tide, the descent of great rivers, etc., etc. In such a division of observed actions into rational and mechanical, there is something naive, even from the positivistic standpoint. For if we have learned anything from the study of nature, if the positivistic method has given us anything at all, then it is the assurance of the necessity for the uniformity of phenomena. We know, and with great certainty, that things basically similar cannot proceed from dissimilar causes. Our scientific philosophy knows this too. Therefore, it also regards the foregoing division as naive and conscious of the impossibility of such dualism. That one part of observed phenomena proceeds from rational and conscious causes, and another part from unreasoned and unconscious ones. Positivistic philosophy finds it possible to explain everything as proceeding from mechanical causes. Scientific observation holds that the seeming rationality of human actions is an illusion and self-deception. Man is a toy in the hands of elemental forces. He is merely a transforming station of forces. All that which, as it seems to him, he is doing, is in reality done instead by external forces, which enter him through air, food, sunlight. Man does not perform a single action by himself. He is merely a prism in which a line of action is refracted in a certain manner. But just as the beam of light does not proceed from the prism, so action does not proceed from reason of man. The theoretical experiment of certain German psychologists is usually advanced in confirmation of this. They affirm that if it were possible from the time of his birth to deprive a man of all external impressions, light, sound, touch, heat, cold, etc., and at the same time preserve him alive, then such a man would not be able to perform even the most insignificant action. From this it follows that man is an automation, like that automation projected by the American inventor Tesla, which, obeying electric currents and vibrations coming from a great distance without wires, has calculated to execute a whole series of complicated movements. It follows from this that all the actions of a man depend upon outer impulses. For the smallest reflex, outer irritation is necessary. For more complex action, a whole series of preceding complex irritations is necessary. Sometimes between the irritation and the action a considerable time elapses, and a man does not feel any connection between the two. Therefore, he regards his actions as voluntary, though in reality there are no voluntary actions at all. A man cannot do anything by himself, just as a stone cannot jump voluntarily. It is necessary that something should throw it up. Man needs something to give him an impulse, and then he will develop exactly as much force as an impulse and all preceding impulses put into him, and no trifle more. Such is the teaching of positivism. From the standpoint of logic, such a theory is more correct than the theory of two classes of actions, reasoned and unreasoned. It at least establishes the principle of necessary uniformity. It is really impossible to suppose that in an immense machine, certain parts moving according to their own desire and reasoning, there must be something uniform. Either all the parts of the machine possess a consciousness of their function and act according to this consciousness, or all are worked from one motor and are driven by one transmission. The enormous service performed by positivism is that it established this principle of uniformity. It is left to us to define in what this uniformity consists. The positivistic hypothesis of the world considers that the basis of everything is unconscious energy, which arose from unknown causes at the time that is not known. This energy, after it has passed through a whole series of invisible electromagnetic and psychochemical processes, is expressed for us in visible and sensed motion, then in growth, i.e., in the phenomena of life, and at last in psychic phenomena. This view has been already investigated, and the conclusion reached that it is impossible to regard physical phenomena as the cause of psychic phenomena, while on the other hand, psychic phenomena serves as an undoubted cause for a great number of the physical phenomena observed by us. The observed process of origination of psychic phenomena under the influence of outside mechanical impulses does not at all mean that physical phenomena create psychic phenomena. Such do not constitute the cause, but are merely a shock, disturbing the balance. In order that outer shocks may evoke psychic phenomena, an organism is necessary, i.e., a complex and animated life. The cause of psychic life lies in the organism, its animatedness, which can be defined as a potential of psychic life. Then, from the very essence of the idea of motion, which is the foundation of the physiomechanical world, was deduced the conclusion that motion is not an entirely obvious truth, that the idea of motion arose in us because of the limitation and the completeness of our sense of space, a slit through which we observe the world. And it was established not that the idea of time is deduced from the observation of motion, but that the idea of motion results from our time sense, and that the idea of motion is quite definitely the function of the time sense, which in itself is a limit or boundary of the space sense belonging to a being of a given psyche. It was also established that the idea of motion could arise out of a comparison between two different fields of consciousness. And in general, all analysis of the fundamental categories of our knowledge of the world, space and time, showed that we have absolutely no data whatever for accepting motion as the fundamental principle of the world. And if this is so, if it is impossible to assume behind the scenes of the creation of the world the presence of an unconscious mechanical motor, then it is necessary to consider the world as living and rational, because one or the other of two things must be true. Either it is mechanical and dead, accidental, or it is living and animated. There can be nothing dead in living nature, and there can be nothing living in dead nature. Nature exhibits a continual progress, starting from the mechanical and chemical activity of the inorganic world, proceeding to the vegetable with its dull enjoyment of self, from that to the animal world, where intelligence and consciousness begin at first very weak, and only after many intermediate stages attaining its last great development in man, whose intellect is nature's crowning point, the goal of all her efforts, the most perfect and difficult of all her works. So writes Schopenhauer in his Counsel and Maxims, and indeed it is very effectively expressed, but we have no foundation whatsoever for regarding man as the summit of that which nature has created. This is only the highest that we know. Positivism would be absolutely correct in its picture of the world. There would not be even one deficiency if there were no reason in the world, anywhere or at any time. Then it would be necessary, nolens volens, to regard the universe as an accidentally self-created mechanical toy in space. But the fact of the existence of psychic life spoils all the statistics. It is impossible to exclude it. We are either forced to admit the existence of two principles, spirit and matter, or to select one of them. Then dualism annihilates itself, because if we admit the separate existence of spirit and matter and reason further on this basis, it will be inevitably necessary to conclude either that spirit is unreal and matter real, or that matter is unreal and spirit real, i.e., either the spirit is material or that the matter is spiritual. Consequently, it is necessary to select some one thing, spirit or matter. But to think really monostatically, is considerably more difficult than it seems. I have met many men who have called themselves monists and sincerely considered themselves as such, but in reality they never departed from the most naive dualism, and no spark of understanding of the world's unity ever flashed upon them. Positivism, regarding motion or energy as the basis of everything, can never be monistic. It is impossible to annihilate the fact of psychic life. If it were possible not to take this fact into consideration at all, then everything would be splendid, and the universe could be something like an accidentally self-created mechanical toy. But to its sorrow, positivism cannot deny the existence of the psyche. It can only try to degrade it as low as possible, calling it the reflection of reality, the substance of which consists of motion. But how deal with the fact that the reflection possesses in this case an infinitely greater potentiality than the reality? How can this be? From what does this reality reflect? Or what is it refracted in, that in its reflected state it possesses infinitely greater potentiality than its original state? The consistent materialist monist will be forced to say that reality reflects from itself, i.e., one motion. One motion reflects from another motion, but this is merely dialectics. And fails to make clear the nature of psychic life, for it is something other than motion. No matter how hard we may try to define thought in terms of motion, we nevertheless know that they are two different things, different as regards our receptivity of them, belonging to different worlds, incommensurable, capable of existing simultaneously. Moreover, thought can exist without motion, but motion cannot exist without thought, because out of the psyche comes the necessary condition of motion, time. No psychic life, No time as it exists for us, no time, no motion. We cannot escape this fact, and thinking logically, we must inevitably recognize two principles. But if we begin to consider the very recognition of two principles as logical, then we must recognize thought as a single principle and motion as an illusion of thought. But what does this mean? It means that there can be no monistic materialism. Materialism can be only dualistic, i.e., it must recognize two principles, motion and thought. Here, a new difficulty arises. Our concepts are limited by language. Our language is deeply dualistic. This is indeed a terrible obstacle. I showed previously how language retards our thought, making it impossible to express the relations of a being universe. In our language, only an eternally becoming universe exists. The eternal now cannot be expressed in language. Thus, our language pictures to us beforehand a false universe, dual when in reality it is one, and eternally becoming when it is in reality eternally being. And if we come to realize the degree to which our language falsifies the real view of the world, then the understanding of this fact will enable us to see that it is not only difficult, but even absolutely impossible to express in language the correct relation of the things of the real world. This difficulty can be conquered only by the formation of new concepts and by extended analogies. Later on, the principles and method of this expansion of what we already have. Later on, the principles and methods of this expansion of what we already have and what we can extract from our stores of knowledge will be made clear. For the present, it is only important to establish one thing: the necessity for uniformity, the monism of the universe. As a matter of principle, it is not important which one we regard as first cause, spirit or matter. It is essential to recognize their unity. But what then is matter? From one point of view, it is a logical concept, i.e., a form of thinking. Nobody ever saw matter, nor will he ever. It is possible only to think matter. From another point of view, it is an illusion accepted for reality. Even more truly, it is incorrectly perceived. It is the incorrectly perceived form of that which exists in reality. Matter is a section of something, a non-existent, imaginary section, but that of which matter is a section exists. This is the real, four-dimensional world. Wood, the substance from which this table, for example, is made, exists, but the true nature of its existence we do not know. All that we know about it is just the form of our receptivity of it, and if we should cease to exist, it will continue to exist, but only for the receptivity acting similarly to ours. But in itself, this substance exists in some other way. How, we do not know. Certainly not in space and time, for we ourselves impose these forms upon it. Probably all similar wood of different centuries and different parts of the wood constitutes one mass, one body, perhaps one being. Certainly the substance or that part of it of which this table is made has no separate existence apart from our receptivity. We fail to understand that a particular thing is merely an artificial definition by our senses of some indefinable cause infinitely surpassing that thing. But a thing may acquire its own individual and unique soul, and in that case the thing exists quite independently of our receptivity. Many things possess such souls, especially old things, old houses, old books, works of art, etc. But what ground have we for thinking that there is psychic life in the world other than our human one, that of animals and of plants? First of all, of course, the thought that everything in the world is alive and animated, and that manifestations of life and animatedness would naturally exist on all planes and in all forms. But we can discern the psychic life only in forms analogous to ours. The question stands in this way. How could we know about the existence of the psychic life of other sections of the world if they exist? By two methods: through communication, exchange of thoughts, and through conclusions by analogy. For the first, it is necessary that our psyche should become similar to theirs, should transcend the limits of the three-dimensional world, i.e., it is necessary to change the form of receptivity and perception. The second may result as a consequence of the gradual expansion of the faculty of drawing inferences by analogy. By trying to think out of the usual categories, by trying to look at things and at ourselves from a new angle and simultaneously from many sides, by trying to liberate our thinking from its accustomed categories of perception in space and time, little by little we begin to notice analogies between things which we did not notice before. Our mind grows, and with it grows the power to discover analogies. This ability, with each new step attained, expands and enriches the mind. Each minute we advance more rapidly. Each new step makes the next step more easy. Our psyche becomes different. Then, applying to ourselves this expanded ability to construct analogies and looking about, we suddenly perceive all around ourselves a psychic life, the existence of which we were previously unaware. And we understand the reason for this unawareness. This psychic life belongs to another plane, and not that to which our psychic life is native. Thus, in this case, the ability to discover new analogies is the beginning of changes, which translate us into another plane of existence. The thought of a man begins to penetrate into the world of noumena, which is an affinity with it. Then his point of view changes likewise with regard to the things and events of the phenomenal world. Phenomena may suddenly assume to his eyes quite a different grouping. As already said, similar things may be different from one another in reality. Different things may be similar, quite separate, disconnected. Things may be part of one great whole. I got to start all that over. Not the whole thing, just this part. Didn't make any sense to me. If it don't make sense to me, it really ain't gonna make sense to you guys. Phenomena may be suddenly assume to his eyes quite a different grouping. As already said, similar things may be different from one another in reality. Different things may be similar, quite separate. Disconnected things may be part of one great whole, of some entirely new category, and things which appear inextricably united in one, constituting one whole, may in reality be manifestations of different beings having nothing in common among themselves, even knowing nothing whatever about the existence of one another. Such indeed may be any whole of our world, man, animal, planet, planetary system, i.e., consisting of different psychic lives, a battlefield, as it were, of warring entities. In each whole of our world, we perceive a multitude of opposing tendencies, aspirations, efforts. Each aggregate is, as it were, an arena of struggle for multitudes of opposing forces, each of which acts by itself is directed to its own goal, usually to the disruption of the whole. But the interaction of these forces represents the life of the whole, and in everything, something is always acting which limits the activity of separate tendencies. This something is the psychic life of the whole. We cannot establish the existence of such a life by analogy with ourselves, or by intercourse with it, or by exchange of thoughts. But a new path opens before us. We perceive a certain separate and quite definite function, the preservation of the whole. Behind this function, we infer a certain separate something. A separate something having a definite function is impossible without a separate psychic life. If the whole possesses its own psychic life, then the separate tendencies or forces must also possess a psychic life of their own. A body or organism is the point of intersection of such lines of force, a place of meeting, perhaps a battlefield. Our I is also that battlefield on which this or that emotion, that or this or that habit or our I is also that battlefield on which this or that emotion, this or that habit or inclination gains an advantage by subjecting it to itself all of the rest of every given moment and identifying itself with the I. Our I is a being having its own life and perfectly conscious of that which it is itself consists and identifying itself with this or another portion of itself. Have we any warrant for supposing that the organs and members of a body, thoughts and emotions are beings also? We have, because we know that there exists nothing purely mechanical, and any something having a separate function must be animated and can be called a being. All the beings assumed by us to exist in the world of many dimensions cannot know one another, i.e., cannot know that we are binding them together in a different wholes in our phenomenal world, just as in general they cannot know our phenomenal world and its relations. But they must know themselves. Although it is impossible for us to define the degree of clearness of this consciousness, it may be clearer than ours, and it may be more vague, dreamlike as it were. Between these beings there may be continuous but imperfectly perceived exchanges of thought, analogous to the exchange of substance in a living organism. They may experience certain feelings in common, certain thoughts may arise in them spontaneously, as it were, under the influence of general causes. Upon the lines of this inner communion, they must divide themselves into different wholes of some categories, to us entirely incomprehensible or only guessed at. The essence of each such separate being must consist in its knowledge of itself and its nearest functions and relations. It must feel things analogous to itself. It must have the faculty of telling about itself and them, i.e., this consciousness must always behold a picture of itself and its conditioning relations. It is eternally studying this picture and instantly communicating it to another being, coming into communication with it. Whether these consciousness in sections of the world other than ours exist or not, we, under the existing conditions of our receptivity, cannot say. They can be sensed only by the changed psyche. Our usual receptivity and thinking are too absorbed by the sensations of the phenomenal world and by themselves, and therefore do not reflect impressions coming to them from other beings, or reflect them so weakly that they are not fixed there in any intelligible form. Moreover, we do not recognize the fact that we are in constant communion with the nomina of all surrounding things, near and remote, with beings like ourselves and others entirely different, with the life of everything in the world and all the world, and of all the world. But if the impressions coming from other beings are so forceful that the consciousness feels them, then our mind immediately projects them into the outer world of phenomena and seeks for their cause in the phenomenal world, exactly in the same manner that a two-dimensional being inhabiting a plane seeks in its plane for the cause of the impressions which come from a higher world. Our psyche is limited by its phenomenal receptivity. It is surrounded by itself. The world of phenomena, i.e., the form of its own perception, surrounds it as a ring or as a wall, and it sees nothing save this wall. But if the psyche succeeds in escaping out of this limiting circle, it will invariably see much that is new in the world. If we will separate self-elements in our perception, writes Hinton, A New Era of Thought, page 33 to 37, then we will be found that the deadness which we ascribe to the external world is not really there, but is put in by us because our own limitations. It is really the self elements in our knowledge which make us talk of mechanical necessity, dead matter. When our limitations fall, we behold the spirit of the world as we behold the spirit of a friend, something which is discerned in the through the material presentation of a body to us. Our thought means are sufficient at present to show us human souls, but all except human beings is, as far as science is concerned, inanimate. Our self element must be got rid of from our perception, and this will be changed. But is this unknowableness of the nominal world an absolute for us, as it sometimes seems? In the Critique of Pure Reason, in other writings, Kant denied the possibility of spiritual sight, but in Dreams of a Ghost Seer, he not only admitted this possibility, but gave to it one of the best definitions which we have ever had up to now. He clearly affirms, I confess that I am very much inclined to assert the existence of immaterial natures in the world, and to put my soul itself into that class of beings. These immaterial beings are immediately united with each other. They might form, perhaps, a great whole which might be called the immaterial world. Every man is a being of two worlds, of the incorporeal world and of the material world, and it will be proved, I don't know where or when, that the human soul also in this life forms an indissoluble communion with all immaterial natures of the spirit world. That alternatively, it acts upon and receives impressions from that world of which nevertheless it is not conscious while it's still man, and as long as everything is in proper condition. We should, therefore, have to regard the human soul as being conjoined in its present life with two worlds at the same time, of which it clearly perceives only the material world, in so far as it conjoined with a body, and thus forms a personal unit. It is therefore indeed one subject, which is thus at the same time a member of the visible and of the invisible world, but not one and the same person, for on account of their different quality, the conceptions of the one world are not ideas associated with those of the other world. Thus, what I think as a spirit is not remembered by me as a man, and conversely, my state as a man does not at all enter into the conception of myself as a spirit. Birth, life, death are the states of soul only. Consequently, our body only is perishable. The essence of us is not perishable, and must have been existent during that time when our body had no existence. The life of the man is dual. It consists of two lives, one animal and one spiritual. The first life is the life of man, and the man needs a body to live this life. The second life is the life of spirit. His soul lives in that life separately from the body, and must live on in it after the separation from the body. In an essay on Kant, the Northern Messenger, 1888, Russian, A. L. Valinsky says that both in Vogelsugen and also in Dreams of a Ghost Seer, Kant denied the possibility of one thing only, the possibility of the physical receptivity of spiritual phenomena. Thus, Kant admitted not only the possibility of the existence of a spiritual conscious world, but also the possibility of communion with it. Hegel built all his philosophy upon the possibility of a direct knowledge of truth, upon spiritual vision. Approaching the question of two worlds from the psychological standpoint, from the standpoint of the theory of knowledge, let us firmly establish the principle that before we can hope to comprehend anything in the region of noumena, we must define everything that is possible to define of the world of many dimensions by a purely intellectual method, by a process of reasoning. It is highly probable that by this method we cannot define very much. Perhaps our definitions will be too crude, will not quite correspond to the fine differentiation of relations in the nominal world. All this is possible and must be taken into consideration. Nevertheless, we shall define what we can, and at our outset make as clear as possible what the nominal world cannot be, then what it can be, show what relations are impossible in it and what are possible. It is necessary in order that we, coming in contact with the real world, may discriminate between it and the phenomenal world, and what is more important, that we may not mistake simple reflections of the phenomenal world for the nominal. We do not know the world of causes. We are confined in the jail of the phenomenal world simply because we do not know how to discern where one ends and where the other begins. We are in constant touch with the world of causes. We live in it because our psyche and our incomprehensible function in the world are part of it or a reflection of it. We do not see or know it because we either deny it, consider that everything existing is phenomenal and that nothing exists except the phenomenal, or we recognize it, but try to comprehend it in the forms of the three-dimensional phenomenal world. Or lastly, we search for it and find it not, because we lose our way amid the deceits and illusions of the reflected phenomenal world, which we mistakenly accept for the nominal world. In this dwells the tragedy of our spiritual questings. We do not know what we are searching for, and the only method by which we can escape this tragedy consists in a preliminary intellectual definition of the properties of that of which we are in search. Without such definitions, we merely by indefinite feelings, we shall not approach the world of causes, or else we shall get lost on its borderland. Spinoza understood this, saying that he could not speak of God not knowing his attributes. When I studied Euclid, I learned first of all that the sum of 3 angles of a triangle was equal to 2 right angles, and this property of a triangle was entirely comprehensible to me, although I did not know its many other properties. But so far as spirits and ghosts are concerned, I do not know even one of their attributes, but constantly hear different fantastic tales about them, in which it is impossible to discover any truth. We have established certain criteria which permit us to deal with the world of noumena or the world of spirits. These we shall make use of now. First of all, we may see that the world of noumena cannot be three-dimensional and that there cannot be anything three-dimensional in it, i.e., commensurable with physical objects, similar to them in outside appearance, having form. There cannot be anything having extension in space and changing in time, and most important, there cannot be anything dead or inanimate. In the world of causes, everything must be alive, because it is life itself, the soul of the world. Let us remember also that the world of causes is the world of the marvelous, that what appears simple to us can never be real. The real appears to us as the marvelous. We do not believe in it, we do not recognize it, and therefore we do not feel the mysteries of which life is so full. The simple is only that which is unreal. The real must seem marvelous. The mystery of time penetrates all. It is felt in every stone, which perhaps might have witnessed the glacial period, seen the Ichthyornis and the mammoth. It is felt in the approaching day which we do not see, but which possibly sees us, which perchance is our last day, or on the other hand is the day of some transformation, the nature of which we do not ourselves now know. The mystery of thought creates all. As soon as we shall understand that thought is not a function of motion, but that motion itself is only a function of thought, and shall begin to feel the depth of this mystery, we shall perceive that the entire phenomenal world is some gigantic hallucination which fails to frighten us and does not drive us to think that we are made simply because we have become accustomed to it. The mystery of infinity, the greatest of all mysteries, it tells us that all visible universe and its galaxies of stars have no dimension, that in relation to infinity they are equal to a point, a mathematical point which has no extension whatever, and that points which are not measurable for us may have a different extension and different dimensions. In positive thinking, we make the effort to forget about all this, not to think about it. At some future time, positivism will be defined as a system by the aid of which it is possible not to think of real things and to limit oneself to the region of the unreal and illusory. All right, Chapter 17. A Living and Rational Universe. Different Forms and Lines of Rationality. Animated Nature. The souls of stones and the souls of trees. The soul of a forest. The human I as a collective rationality. Man as a complex being. Humanity as a being. The world's soul. The face of Mahadeva, Professor James on the consciousness of the universe, Fechner's ideas, Zendavesta, a living earth. If rationality exists in the world, then it must permeate everything, although manifesting itself variously. We have accustomed ourselves to ascribe animism and rationality in this or that form to those things only which we designate as beings, i.e., to those whom we find analogous to ourselves in the functions which define animism in our eyes. Inanimate objects and mechanical phenomena are to us lifeless and irrational, but this cannot be so. It is only for our limited mind, for our limited power of communion with other minds, for our limited skills in analogy and rationality, and psychic life in general, manifest only in certain classes of living creatures, alongside of which a long series of dead things and mechanical phenomena exist. But if we could not converse among ourselves, if every one of us could not infer the existence of rationality of the psychic life in another by analogy with himself, then everyone would consider himself alone to be alive and animated, and he would relegate all the rest of humankind to mechanical, dead nature. In other words, we recognize as animated only those beings which have psychic life accessible to our observation in three-dimensional sections of the world, i.e., beings whose psyche is analogous to ours. But other consciousness we do not know and cannot know. All beings whose psychic does not manifest itself in the three-dimensional section of the world are inaccessible to us. If they contact our life at all, then we necessarily regard their manifestations as those of dead and unconscious nature. Our power of analogy is limited to this section. We cannot think logically outside of the conditions of the three-dimensional section. Therefore, everything that lives, thinks, and feels in a manner not analogous to us must appear dead and mechanical. But sometimes we vaguely feel an intense life manifesting in the phenomena of nature and sense a vivid emotionality, the manifestations of which constitute the phenomena of, to us, inanimate nature. What I wish to convey is that behind the phenomena of visible manifestations is felt the nomenon of emotion. In electrical discharges, in thunder and lightning, in the rush and howling of the wind, are seen flashes of the sensuous nervous shudderings of some gigantic organism. A strange individuality, which is all their own, is sensed in certain days. There are days brimming with the marvelous and the mystic, days having each its own individual and unique consciousness, its own emotions, its own thoughts. One may almost commune with these days, and they will tell you that they live a long, long time, perhaps eternally, and that they have known and seen many, many things. In the processional of the year, in the iridescent leaves of autumn, with their memory-laden smell, in the first snow, frosting the fields and communicating a strange freshness and sensitiveness in the air, in the spring freshnets, in the warming sun, in the awakening but still naked branches through which gleams the turquoise sky, in the white nights of the north, and in the dark, humid, warm, tropical nights spangled with stars. In all these are the thoughts, the emotions, the forms, peculiar to itself alone, of some great consciousness, or better, all this is the expression of the emotions, thoughts, and forms of consciousness of a mysterious being, nature. There can be nothing dead or mechanical in nature, and if in general life and feeling exists, they must exist in all. Life and rationality make up the world. If we consider nature from our side, from the side of phenomena, then it is necessary to say that each thing, each phenomenon, possesses a psyche of its own. A mountain, a tree, a river, the fish within the river, dew and rain, planet, fire, each separately must possess a psyche of its own. If we consider nature from the other side, from the side of the noumena, then it is necessary to say that each thing and each phenomenon of our world is a manifestation in our section of rationality, incomprehensible to us, belonging to another section, the same having their functions incomprehensible to us. In that section of space, our rationality is such and its function is such that it manifests itself here as a mountain, some other manifests as a tree, a third as a little fish, and so forth. The phenomena of our world are very different from one another. If they are nothing else but manifestations in our section of a different rational beings, then these beings must be very different too. Between the psyche of a mountain and the psyche of a man, there must be the same difference as between a mountain and a man. We have already admitted the possibility of different existences. We said that the house exists, and that a man exists, and that an idea exists also, but they all exist differently. If we pursue this thought, then we shall discover many kinds of different existences. The fantasy of fairy tales, making all the world animate, ascribes to mountains, rivers, forests, a psychic life similar to that of men. But this is just as untrue as the complete denial of consciousness to inanimate nature. Noumena are as distinct and various as phenomena, which are their manifestation in our three-dimensional sphere. Each stone, each grain of sand, each planet has its nomenon, consisting of life and our psyche, binding them into certain wholes incomprehensible to us. The activity of life of separate units may vary greatly. The degree of the activity of life can be determined from the standpoint of its power of reproducing itself. In inorganic mineral nature, this activity is so insignificant that units of this nature accessible to our observation do not reproduce themselves, although it may only seem so to us because of the narrowness of our view in time and space. Perhaps if that view embraced hundreds of thousands of years and our entire planet simultaneously, we might then see the growth of minerals and metals. Were we to observe from the inside 1 cubic centimeter of the human body, knowing nothing of the existence of the entire body and of the man himself, then the phenomena going on in this little cube of flesh would seem like elemental phenomena in inanimate nature. But in any case, for us, phenomena are divided into living and mechanical, and visible objects are divided into organic and inorganic. The later are partitioned without resistance, remaining as they were before. It is possible to break a stone in halves, and then there will be 2 stones. But if we were to cut a snail in 2, then there would not be 2 snails. This means that the psyche of the stone is very simple, primitive, so simple that it may be fractured without change of state. But a snail consists of living cells. Each living cell is a complex being, considerably more intricate than that of a stone. The body of the snail possesses the power to move, to nourish itself, feel pleasure and pain, seek the first and avoid the last. And most important of all, it possesses the faculty to multiply, to create new forms similar to itself, to involve inorganic substance within these forms, subduing physical laws to its service. The snail is a complex center of transmutation of some physical energies into others. The center possesses a consciousness of its own. It is for this reason that the snail is indivisible. Its psyche is infinitely higher than that of a stone. The snail has the consciousness of form, i.e., the form of a snail is conscious of itself, as it were. The forms of a stone is not conscious of itself. In organic nature, where we see life, it is easier to assume the existence of a psyche. In the snail, a living creature, we already admit without difficulty a certain kind of psyche. But life belongs not alone to separate individual organisms. Anything indivisible is a living being. Each cell in an organism is a living being, and it must have a certain psychic life. Each combination of cells having a definite function is a living being also. Another higher combination, the organ, is a living being no less, and possesses a psychic life of its own. Indivisibility in our sphere is the sign of a definite function. If a given phenomenon in our plane is a manifestation of that which exists on another plane, then on our side, evidently, indivisibility corresponds to individuality on that other side. Divisibility on our side shows divisibility on that side. The rationality of the divisible can express itself in a collective, non-individual reason only. But even a complete organism is merely a section of a certain magnitude of what we may call the life of this organism from birth to death. We may imagine this life as a body of 4 dimensions extended in time. The 3-dimensional physical body is merely a section of the 4-dimensional body, Lingra Sharira. The image of the man, which we know, his personality, is also merely a section of his true personality, which undoubtedly has its separate psychic life. Therefore, we may assume in man 3 psychic lives. First, the psychic life of the body, which manifests itself into instincts and in the constant work of the body. Second, his personality, a complex and constantly changing I, which we know and in which we are conscious of ourselves. Third, the consciousness of all life, a greater and higher I. In our state of development, these 3 psychic lives know one another only very imperfectly, communicating under narcosis only, in trance, in ecstasy, in sleep, in hypnotic and mediumistic states, i.e., in other states of consciousness. In addition to our own psychic lives, which with which we are indissolubly bound, but which we do not know. We are surrounded by various other psychic lives, which we do not know either. These lives we often feel they are composed of our lives. We enter into these lives as their component parts, just as into our life enter different other lives. These lives are good or evil spirits helping us or precipitating evil. Family, clan, nation, race, any aggregate to which we belong, such an aggregate undoubtedly possesses a life of its own. Any group of men having its separate function and feeling, its interconnection and unity, such a philosophical school, a church, a sect, a Masonic order, a society, a party, etc., etc., is undoubtedly a living being possessing a certain rationality. A nation, a people, is a living being. Humanity is a living being also. This is the grand man, Adam Kadmon of the Kabbalists. Adam Kadmon is a being living in men, uniting in himself the lives of all men. Upon this subject, H.P. Blavatsky, in her great work, The Secret Doctrine, Volume 3, page 146, has this to say: "It is not the atom of dust of chapter 2 who is thus made in the divine image, but the divine androgyne of chapter 1, or Adam Kadmon. Adam Kadmon is humanity or humankind, Homo sapiens, the Sphinx, i.e., the being with the body of an animal and the face of a Superman. Entering as a component part into different great and little lives, man himself consists of an innumerable number of great and little eyes. Many of the eyes living in him do not even know one another, just as men who live in the same house may not know one another. Expressed in terms of this analogy, it may be said that man has much in common with a house filled with inhabitants the most diverse. Or better, he is like a great ocean liner on which are many transient passengers, each going to his own place for his own purpose, each uniting in himself elements the most diverse. And each separate unit in the population of this steamer orientates himself involuntarily and unconsciously regards himself as the very center of the steamer. This is a fairly true presentment of human being. Perhaps it would be more correct to compare a man with some little separate place on earth, living a life of its own, with a forest lake full of the most diverse life, reflecting the sun and stars, and hiding in its depths some incomprehensible phantasm, perhaps an undine or water sprite. If we abandon analogies and return to facts, so far as these are accessible to our observation, it then becomes necessary to begin with several somewhat artificial divisions of the human being. The old division into body, soul, and spirit has in itself a certain authenticity, but leads often to confusion, because when such a division is attempted, disagreements immediately arise as to where the body ends and where the soul begins, where the soul ends and the spirit begins, and so forth. There are no strict limits at all, nor can there be. In addition to this, confusion enters in by reason of the opposition of body, soul, and spirit, which are recognized in this case as inimical principles. This is entirely erroneous also, because the body is the expression of the soul and the soul of the spirit. The very terms body, soul, and spirit need explanation. The body is the physical body with its, to us, little understood mind. The soul, the psyche studied by scientific psychology, is the reflected activity which is guided by impressions received from the external world and from the body. The spirit prizes those higher principles which guide, or under certain conditions may guide, the soul life. Thus, a human being contains in itself the following three categories. First, the body, the region of instincts, and the inner instinctive consciousness of the greater organs, parts of the body, and the entire organism. Second, the soul, consisting of sensations, perceptions, conceptions, thoughts, emotions, and desires. Third, the region of the unknown, consciousness, will, and the one I, i.e., those things under in which ordinary man are in potentiality only. Under the usual conditions of the average man, the extremely misty focus of his consciousness is confined to the psyche, perpetually going from one object to another. I wish to eat. I read a newspaper. I wait for a letter. Only rarely does it touch the regions which give access to the religious, aesthetic, and moral emotions, and to the higher intellect, which expresses itself in abstract thinking, united with the moral and aesthetic sense, i.e., the sense of the necessity of the coordination of thought, feeling, word, and action. In saying I, a man means, of course, not the total complex of all these regions, but that which in a given moment is the focus of his consciousness. I wish, or more correctly, simply wish, because man very seldom says I wish. These words, or this word, playing the most important role in the life of man, usually refer not at all to every side of his being simultaneously, but merely to some small and insignificant facet, which at a given moment holds the focus of consciousness and subjects to itself all the rest, until it in turn is forced out by another equally insignificant facet. In the psyche of man there occurs a continual shifting of view from one subject to another. Through the focus of receptivity runs a continuous cinematographical film of feelings and impressions, and each separate impression defines the I of a given moment. From this point of view, the psyche of man has often been compared to a dark, sleeping town in the midst of which night guards with lanterns slowly move about, each lighting up a little circle around himself. This is a perfectly true analogy. In each given moment, there are several such unsteadily lighted circles in the focus, and all the rest is enveloped in darkness. Each such little lighted circle represents an I, living its own life, sometimes very short, and there is continuous movement, either fast or slow, moving out into the light more of new and still new objects, or else old ones from the region of memory, or tormentingly revolve in a circle of the same fixed ideas. This continuous motion going on in our psyche is uninterrupted running over of the light from one eye to another. Perhaps explains the phenomenon of motion in the outer visible world. We know already by our intellect that there is no such motion. We know that everything exists in infinite space and spaces of time. Nothing is made, nothing becomes, all is. But we do not see everything at once, and therefore it seems to us that everything moves, grows, is becoming. We do not see everything at once, either in the outer world or in the inner world. Thence arises the illusion of motion. For example, as we ride past a house, the house turns behind us. But if we could see it, not with our eyes, not in perspective, but by some sort of vision simultaneously from all sides, from below and from above and from the inside, we should no longer see that illusory motion, but would see the house entirely immobile, just as it is in reality. Mentally, we know that the house did not move. It is just the same with everything else. The motion, growth, becoming, which is going on all around us in the world is no more real than the motion of the house which we are riding by, or the motion of trees and fields relative to the windows of a rapidly moving railway car. Motion goes on inside of us, and it creates the illusion of motion round about us. The lighted circle runs quickly from one eye to another, from one object, from one idea, from one perception or image to another. Within the focus of consciousness, rapidly changing eyes succeed one another, a little of the light of consciousness going over from one eye to another. This is the true motion which alone exists in the world. Should this motion stop, should all eyes simultaneously enter the focus of receptivity, should the light so expand as to illumine all at once that which is usually lighted bit by bit and gradually, and could a man grasp simultaneously by his reason all that ever entered or will enter his receptivity, and all that which is never clearly illumined by thought, producing its action on the psychic nevertheless, then would a man behold himself in the midst of an immobile universe, in which there would exist simultaneously everything that lies usually in the remote depths of memory, in the past, all that lies at a remote distance from him, all that lies in the future. C.H. Hinton very well says in regard to beings of other sections of the world, by the same process by which we know about the existence of other men around us, we may know of the high intelligences by whom we are surrounded. We feel them, but we do not realize them. To realize them, it will be necessary to develop our power of perception. The power of seeing without bodily eye is limited to the three-dimensional section, but the inner eye is not thus limited. We can organize our power of seeing in higher space, and we can form conceptions of realities in this higher space. And this affords the groundwork for the perception and study of these other beings than man. We are, with reference to the higher things of life, like blind and puzzled children. We know that we are members of one body, limbs of one vine, but we cannot discern, except that by instinct and feeling, what the body is, what the vine is. Our problem consists in the diminution of the limitations of our perception. Nature consists of many entities towards the apprehension of which we strive. For this purpose, new conceptions have to be formed first, and vast fields of observation shall be unified under one common law. The real history of progress lies in the growth of new conceptions. When the new conception is formed, it is found to be quite simple and natural. We ask ourselves, what have we gained? And we answer, nothing. We have simply removed an obvious limitation. The question may be put, in what way do we come in contact with these higher beings at present? And evidently the answer is, in those ways in which we tend to form organic unions, unions in which the activities of individuals coalesce in a living way. The coherence of a military empire or of a subjugated population, presenting no natural nucleus of growth, is not one through which we should hope to grow into direct contact with our higher destinies, but in friendship, in voluntary associations, and above all in the family, we tend towards our greater life. Just as to explore the distant stars of the heavens, a particular material arrangement is necessary, which we call a telescope, so to explore the nature of the beings who are higher than we, a mental arrangement is necessary. We must prepare a more extended power of looking. We want a structure developed inside the skull for the one purpose which an exterior telescope will do for the other. This animism of nature takes to the most diverse directions. This tree is a living being. The birch tree in general, the species, is a living being. A birch tree forest is a living being also. A forest in which there are trees of a different kinds, grass, flowers, ants, beetles, birds, beasts. This is a living being too. Living by the life of everything composing it, thinking and feeling for all of which it consists. This idea is very interestingly expressed in the essay of P. Florensky, The Humanitarian Roots of Idealism, The Theological Messenger, 1909, 2, page 288 in Russian. Are there many people who regard a forest not merely as a collective proper noun and rhetorical embodiment, i.e., as pure fiction, but as something unique, living? The real unity is a unity of self-consciousness. Are there many who recognize unity in a forest, i.e., the living soul of a forest taken as a whole? Voodoo, wood demon, old Nick, do you consent to recognize undines and water sprites, those souls of the aquatic element? The activity of the life of such a composite being as a forest is not the same as the activity of different species of plants and animals, and the activity of the life of a species is again different from the life of a separate individuals. Moreover, the diversity of the functions expressed in different life activities reveals the differences existing between the psychic lives of different organisms. The life activity of a single leaf of a birch tree is of course an infinitely lower form of activity than the life of a tree. The activity of the life of the tree is not such as the activity of the life of the species, and the life of the species is not such as the life of the forest. The functions of these four lives are entirely different, and their rationality must be correspondingly different also. The rationality of a single cell of the human body must be as much lower in comparison with the rationality of the body, i.e., with the physical consciousness of man, as its life activity is lower in comparison with the life activity of the entire organism. Therefore, from a certain standpoint, we may regard the nomenon of the phenomenon as the soul of that phenomenon, i.e., we may say that the hidden soul of a phenomenon is its nomenon. The concept of the soul of the phenomenon, or the nomenon of the phenomenon, includes within itself both life and rationality together with their functions in sections of the world incomprehensible to us, and the manifestation of those in our sphere constitutes a phenomenon. The idea of an animistic universe leads inevitably to the idea of a world soul, a being whose manifestation is the visible universe. The idea of the world soul was very picturesquely understood in the ancient religions of India. The mystical poem, the Bhagavad Gita, gives a remarkable presentment of Mahadeva, i.e., the great diva whose life is this world. Thus, Krishna propounded his teachings to his disciples, preparing them for an apprehension of those high spiritual truths which unfold before his inner sight in a moment of illumination. When he spoke to Mahadeva, his voice became very deep, and his face was illuminated by an inner light. Once Arjuna, in an impulse of boldness, said to him, "Let us see Mahadeva in his divine form. May we behold him." And the Krishna began to speak of a being who breathes in every creature, has an 100-fold and 1,000-fold forms, many-faced, many-eyed, facing everywhere, and who surpasses everything created by infinity, who develops in his body the whole world, things still and animate, If the radiance of 1,000 suns should burst forth suddenly in the sky, it would not compare with the radiance of that mighty spirit. When Krishna spoke thus of Mahadeva, a beam of light of such tremendous force shone in his eyes that his disciples could not endure the radiance of that light and fell at Krishna's feet. From very fear the hair rose on Arjuna's head, and bowing low he said, "Thy words are terrible. We cannot look upon at such a being as thou evokest before our eyes. His form makes us tremble." In an interesting book of lectures by Professor William James, A Pluralistic Universe, there is a lecture on Fechner devoted to a conscious universe. Ordinary monistic idealism leaves everything intermediary out. It recognizes only extremes, as if, after the first rude face of the phenomenal world in all its particularity, nothing but the supreme in all its perfection could be found. First, you and I, just as we are in this room, and the moment we get below the surface, the unutterable itself. Unutterable itself. Doesn't this show a singularity indignant imagination? Isn't this brave universe made on a richer pattern, with room in it for a long hierarchy of beings? Materialistic science makes it infinitely richer in terms, with its molecules and ether and electrons and whatnot. Absolute idealism, thinking of reality only under intellectual forms, knows not what to do with bodies of any grade, and can make no use of any psychophysical analogy or correspondence. Fechner, from whose writings Professor James makes copious quotations, upheld quite a different viewpoint. Fechner's ideas are so near to those who have been presented in the previous chapters that we shall dwell upon them more extensively. I use the words of Professor James. The original sin, according to Fechner, of both our popular and scientific thinking is our inveterate habit of regarding the spiritual not as the rule but as an exception in the midst of nature. Instead of believing our life to be fed at the breasts of the greater life, our individuality to be sustained by the greater individuality, which must necessarily have more consciousness and more independence than all that it brings forth, we habitually treat whatever lies outside our life as so much slag and ashes of life only. Or, if we believe in divine spirit, we fancy it on the one side as bodiless and nature as soulless on the other. What comfort or peace, Fechner asks, can come from such a doctrine? The flowers wither at its breath, the stars turn into stone, our own body grows unworthy of our spirit and sinks to the tenement for carnal senses only. The book of nature turns into a volume on mechanics, in which whatever has life is treated as a sort of anomaly. A great chasm of separation yawns between us and all that is higher than ourselves, and God becomes a thinnest of abstractions. Fechner's great instrument for verifying the daylight view is analogy. Bain defines genius as the power of seeing analogies. The number that Fechner could perceive was prodigious, but he insisted on the differences as well. Neglect to make allowances for these, he said, is the common fallacy of analogical reasoning. Most of us, for example, reasoning justly that, since all the minds we know are connected with bodies, therefore God's mind should be connected with a body, proceed to suppose that the body must be an animal body over again, and paint an altogether human picture of God. But all that the analogy comports is a body. The particular features of our body are adaptations to a habitat so different from God's that if God have a physical body at all, it must be utterly different from ours in structure. The vaster orders of mind go with the vaster orders of body. The entire earth on which we live must have, according to Fechner, its own collective consciousness. So must each sun, moon, planet. So must the whole solar system have its own wider consciousness, on which the consciousness of our earth plays one part. So has the entire starry system as such its consciousness. And if that starry system be not the sum of all that is materially considered, then that whole system, along with whatever else may be, is the body of that absolutely totalized consciousness of the universe to which men give the name of God. Speculatively, Fechner is thus a monist in his theology, but there is room in his universe for every grade of spiritual being between man and the final all-inclusive God. The earth soul he passionately believes in. He treats the earth as our special human guardian angel. We can pray to the earth as men prayed to their saints. His most important conclusion is that the constitution of the world is identical throughout. In ourselves, visual consciousness goes with our eye, tactile consciousness with our skin. But although neither skin nor eye knows aught of the sensations of the other, they come together and figure in some sort of relation, a combination in the more inclusive consciousness which each of us names his self. Quite similarly, then, says Fechner, we must suppose that my consciousness of myself and yours, or of yourself, although in their immediacy they keep separate and know nothing of each other, are yet known and used together in a higher consciousness, that of the human race, say, into which they enter as constituent parts. Similarly, the whole human and animal kingdom comes together as conditions of consciousness of still wider scope. This combines in the soul of the earth with the consciousness of the vegetable kingdom, which in turn contributes its share of experience to that of the whole solar system, etc. The supposition of an earth consciousness meets a strong instinctive prejudice. All the consciousness we directly know seems told to brains, but our brain, which primarily serves to correlate our muscular reactions with the external objects on which we depend, performs a function which the earth performs in an entirely different way. She has no proper muscles or limbs of her own, and the only object external to her are the other stars. To these her whole mass reacts by most exquisite alterations in its total gait, and by still more exquisite vibratory responses in its substance. Her ocean reflects the lights of heaven as on a mighty mirror. Her atmosphere refracts them like a monstrous lens. The clouds and snowfields combine them into white. The woods and flowers disperse them into colors. Polarization, interference, absorption awaken sensibilities in matter of which our senses are too coarse to take any note. For these cosmic relations of hers, then, she no more needs a special brain than she needs eyes or ears. Our brains do indeed unify a correlate innumerable functions. Our eyes know nothing of sound, our ears nothing of light, but having brains we can feel sound and light together and compare them. Must every higher means of unification between things be a literal brain fiber? Cannot the earth mind know otherwise the contents of our minds together? In a striking page, Fechner relates one of his moments of direct vision of truth. On a certain morning I went out to walk. The fields were green, the birds sang, the dew glistened, the smoke was rising. Here and there a man appeared. A light as a transfiguration lay on all things. It was only a little bit of earth. It was only one moment of her existence. And yet, as may look, embraced her more and more, it seemed to me not only so beautiful an idea, but so true and clear a fact that she is an angel carrying me along with her into heaven. I asked myself how the opinions of men could ever have so spun themselves away from life so far as to deem the earth only a dry clod, but such an experience as this passes for fantasy. The earth is a globular body. Of what more she may be, one can find mineralogical cabinets. The special thought of Fechner's is his belief that the more inclusive forms of consciousness are in part constituted by the more limited forms. Not that they are the mere sum of the more limited forms, as our mind is not the bare sum of our sights, plus our sounds, plus our pains, but in adding these terms together, it also finds relations among them and weaves them into schemes and forms and objects of which no sense in its separate estate knows anything. So the earth's soul traces relations between the contents of my mind and the contents of yours, of which neither of our separate minds is conscious. It has schemes, forms, and objects proportionate to its wider field, which our mental fields are far too narrow to cognize. By ourselves, we are simply out of relation with each other, for we are both of us there and different from each other, which is a positive relation. What we are without knowing, it knows that we are. It is as if the total universe of inner life had a sort of grain or direction, a sort of valvular structure, permitting knowledge to flow in one way only, so that the wider might always have the narrower under observation, but never the narrower the wider. Fechner likened our individual persons on the earth unto so many sense organs of the soul earth. We add to its perceptive life. It absorbs our perceptions into a larger sphere of knowledge and combines them with the other data there. The memories and conceptual relations that have spun themselves round the perceptions of certain person remain in the larger earth life as distinct as ever and form new relations. Fechner's ideas are expounded in his book Zendavesta. I have made such a lengthy quotation from Professor James' book in order to show that the ideas of the animism and the rationality of the world are neither new nor paradoxical. It is a natural and logical necessity resulting from a broader view of the world, that which we usually permit ourselves to hold. Logically, we must either recognize life and rationality in everything, in all, dead nature, or deny them completely, even in ourselves.